Thanks, everyone, for your patience. The hour of 5:30 having long gone. The Evanston City Council will come to order, and would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen.
Present. Here. Here.
Councilmember Bell.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Clinton.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Here.
9 members being present, we have a quorum. The first item on our agenda is the mayor's public announcements and proclamations. We have no new proclamations. I just want to say that I had the great pleasure on Saturday morning of going to Fountain Square to be with the Asian South, Asian Pacific Islander American community here in Evanston to deliver a proclamation that was made at the previous meeting. And it was a delight to be at that function, and candidly, just a delight to be outdoors in public with people. And I think it bodes well for what the recovery can mean for our community. Again, in terms of our physical health, in terms of our economic health, but also just in terms of our social well-being. And I'm looking forward to a summer of recovery and rejuvenation throughout our community and throughout this country. With that, the next item on our agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Biss. I have no announcements.
Thank you. The next item is communications from the city clerk.
I want to acknowledge the public comment submitted by Phyllis Coleman. She wanted the council to review and discuss the unhealthy effects of fire pits. Kenneth P. Prosky is in opposition of P352-0-21. He is an owner and resident at 1323 Chancellor, adjacent to Northwestern, and is in opposition of the zoning amendment. Lynn Bedner is a business owner on Central Street, and is also speaking on behalf of other business owners, and once the council is also opposes P353-0-1. Jess Smith wants to supports SP3, the staff recommendations, and also staff recommendations for SP4. Mary Rozinski signed up to, I believe, was going to sign up to comment, but also wanted to express her support for SP3, and believes that P3 is also a poor policy choice. And for Carrie Zimmerman, also is opposed to SP3 for free beaches. And that is all.
Thank you very much. We now move to public comment. 2 things to be said about public comment. First of all, because we are back in person, but we'll have a hybrid public comment where the great majority of public commenters will speak remotely, and then the last few will speak in person. The second thing to say is because of a large number of people who signed up to comment, we will have 2 minutes per resident participating in public comment this evening. The first person who's signed up to speak is Samson Whitaker to speak on video. Samson, are you available to speak with us? If not, well then the next person is Tanya Treesh DeWood. Tanya, are you there?
I'm here.
Terrific.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
And it's been a long time. Congratulations.
It has been a long time.
So I am with the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, and I wanted to speak on SP4, the hazard pay proposal. You know, I think this is an interesting proposal because it frankly gives us a platform to talk about everything that the employer community has done to support our employees during this pandemic. You know, we were learning how to do this on the fly. And frankly, the health and safety procedures that we put in place were ultimately what was copied by governments and then regulated. But they took from what we were already doing and then made that law. So we were pioneering in the midst of a pandemic to be helpful and create a safe working environment for our employees. There's an undercurrent here in this conversation that, you know, grocery stores were just making a ton of money at the expense of the employees. And that is actually not the case. You know, grocery stores also spent a lot of money on these health and safety measures and frankly, on measures to support financially the great job that our employees were doing. And so I want to make sure that I'm giving a full perspective to this conversation so that it's not so one-sided. The grocery industry has been targeted here, and it's frankly concerning, especially because we are moving out of the pandemic. And the grocery industry has been one that has been a steady hand throughout this pandemic. We have done plexiglass safety barriers, one-way aisles, cleaning procedures, health screening practices, all of that before any of it was regulated, right? In addition, we've extended sick pay before the feds were even reimbursing for some of that, bonuses to employees, and some employers even went as far as to implement a higher wage temporarily for their employees.
Begin to bring your remarks to a
close. So we have
close?
I'm sorry.
Could you begin to end your remarks, please?
Yes, we've gone above and beyond to ensure that our employees are safe and know that they're being taken care of. And this proposal is a bit of a slap in the face to the grocery industry that is supporting Evanston's communities. And I would encourage you to vote no whenever it's time to do that.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Clark Elliott. Are you there, Dr. Elliott? If not, then next is Abdel Shakur.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name's Abdel Shakur. I'm a teacher, a parent, a second ward resident, and I want it publicly known that I can't afford the beach token. The social and moral cost of our racist beach policy is too great, and I, along with 6,000 other signatories of our petition, demand a change. Now, two factors make beach tokenism racist: the policy's original intent and its impact. In the early 1900s, the Black community in Evanston grew in size and political power. We started businesses, bought homes, took elected office, and enjoyed the beach, despite white resistance. In Chicago, racial terrorism segregated the beaches, but Evanston was a bit more subtle. They renovated beaches on the white side of town and charged tokens to enter. Black folks were relegated to the free beach. At its birth, token policy was racist. Now, if those white supremacists who created the token visited Lighthouse Beach last July, they would have been pleased. They could have taken pride in the racist impact that had endured. Not only was it a white space, but the nice white people who were present remained silent while a Confederate battle flag was displayed on the shore. The only hitch was that LaShonda Rayfield Scott drove from the South End, violated the beach token policy, and made a stand for the values that Evanston says it represents. Personally, my family feels the impact of beach token policy when our visits are chilled by the stares of white folks and the cold realization that the families that are there do not look like ours. Now, some people are perplexed that so many of the city's free beach tokens go unused. Maybe Black people don't like the beach, they say, and throw up their hands. First of all, let's recognize that token giveaways are typical of a community that is good at giving, but struggles at sharing. It's the difference
Can you
between
begin to bring your
charity
remarks
and
to a close, please?
solidarity. Besides, why should anyone have to certify their financial status to occupy any natural space in our community? We also need to understand that Black people, like everyone else, love to see our kids dance in the waves, love the sun on our skin, love the smell of warm sand. All of these things can salve the wounds of racial oppression, but the beach token and the white space it protects produces harm, not healing. This is bigger than beaches. Tokens are just one item in a suite of racist systems that destabilize Black lives to prioritize white comfort and power. Whether it's housing policy informed by redlining, or school policy that centers white children, or policing that targets Black bodies, these systems need to be dismantled and re-envisioned. The moment calls for us to imagine a new possibility for our city, a possibility that doesn't center individualism, fences, or whiteness. This possibility will not be cheap. It requires collective work, but the cost of the status quo is too immense for any of us to bear. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I've been given a notification that my guidance is hard to hear over Zoom, so I apologize. I'll try to speak more directly into the microphone going forward to make sure everybody has equal time. Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Denise Barreto. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Please go ahead.
They just didn't let me start my video. Okay. Good evening. My name is Denise Barreto, and I am in Ward 2. I'm a member of the Parks and Rec Board, originally appointed by Mayor Tisdall 6 months after I moved to Evanston in August of 2015, and I'm the current chair of the Parks and Rec Board. And in one of my other lives, I am also the inaugural Director of Equity for Cook County, offices under the President. And I take equity and equity discussions very seriously. And I take equity action seriously, thoughtfully, and in an action-oriented way. I come to you also about the free beach tokens resolution before you. And I ask that we slow down this discussion. I am not against free beaches. I'm not here to say that. What I'm here to say is that a move for free beaches right now, tonight, will cause a significant revenue hole, as well as a significant labor-intensive process to refund the tokens that have already been sold this year. Beaches are scheduled to open this weekend, and our team is working around the clock, and all hands are on deck to train and ready your seasonal staff for all of our summer operations that will ramp up from 0 to full speed in about 10 to 15 days. I am only asking that you please consider the financial and labor implications of making an enormous decision like this in the middle of a budget year and less than a week away from Parks and Rec go time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carla Thomas. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Beautiful. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I am a second ward resident, Carla Thomas. I am here also to talk about the beaches. I am asking that you vote in favor of freeing the beaches. This diagram is often overused, but I'm going to use it today nonetheless, if I could figure out how to get it centered. Because while overused, it keeps growing and evolving, and it's a great way to have us understand what equity, equality, equity, just liberation, and then finally inclusion looks like. So we tend to be super proud of ourselves that we got out of this equality phase where, technically everybody had access to the beach after desegregation, but some folks still couldn't afford to get to it. And then we moved to what some would say today is equity, that technically everybody's allowed to get to the beach if they want to, if they only subjugate themselves, go down to City Hall, prove that they are poor enough, and beg. And I say beg because if you have never been on that poverty line, you don't know what it is, even though stuff is free, to have to stand there and wait for it and to ask for it. We can no longer do that. So if anybody is still thinking that what we have now allows folks who can't afford the tokens to get in and it's equity, well, guess what? We got to move past that. And what we've got to move towards is liberation. Liberation is where we take down the barrier altogether. We don't give people, if they can figure out transportation, if they're willing to subjugate themselves, if they're willing to prove their poverty, access. We take down the barriers that provide access, that prevent access to some folks. And then finally, that's not the end. I would hope that we as a community can move to inclusion, because after decades and decades of creating beaches that have not been welcoming to Black and brown folks, just simply removing the fee doesn't make it a place that they want to come to. This city needs to do their part to make sure that they make an absolute effort to have events and outreach that make sure we bring Black and brown folks back to the beach. As a parent in this community, I grew up in the Caribbean. Beaches have been part of my life. So regardless of the history, I have taken my kids to the beach ever since I moved here to Evanston. And my kids are hard pressed to find another kid that looks like them, that is Black like them, on the beaches. Black folks don't go to the beaches. While
Can
we
you
can
please
all
bring
sit
your
here and
remarks to a
recognize
close?
that this is not the most important equity issue on our hands, we also can recognize that if we can't get the darn beaches right, how are we ever going to figure out equitable housing and equitable representation in our community? So I ask that all the folks vote for freeing the beaches and vote yes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kristen White.
Good evening. My name is Kristen White, and I live in the 2nd Ward. I support the effort to end the long-running practice of de facto segregation of Evanston beaches. Beach tokens introduced in the 1930s for the sole purpose of keeping our beaches white, 90 years later, still produce the same result. Last summer, I went to the beach and there was a racially diverse crowd of swimmers. When the lifeguards came on duty and started checking beach passes, Black and brown families left, and what remained was a beach filled with mostly white people. Equity at its core is a question of how we choose to distribute benefits and costs. Our institutions and laws secure the greatest volume of benefits for white people, with the cost of those benefits being shouldered disparately by Black and brown neighbors. What do I mean by benefits and costs? Beach tokens ensure racially exclusive access to the beach. Who does this benefit and who carries the cost of that benefit? Middle and upper income white people go to the beach and find lots of people who look like them and act like them. It is a familiar and comfortable space for white people. We feel like it is our beach. We enjoy less populated beaches and decent parking options. Mostly white people living in proximity to the beach enjoy artificially enhanced property values. Truly accessible public beaches would draw more people, more cars, more music, more fun, and the loss of exclusion. If we are honest, lakefront homeowners enjoy the benefit of enhanced property values that racialized exclusion makes possible. But the cost of that benefit, which is less access to swimming and water safety and the loss of fun and a sense of belonging in a public space, is shouldered disproportionately by Black and brown neighbors. I urge the council to begin the effort to fund our beach maintenance through a process that does not rely on racial exclusion, and to make a gesture in that direction this summer to ensure all can enjoy this beautiful public space while you figure out how to fund this moral imperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carrie Mashu. Is Carrie Mashu there?
Hi, Hi, sorry, I was still on mute.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
I am Carrie Makut, and I, along with Denise Barreto, am a member of the Parks and Rec Board. I am not against free beaches, but I am opposed to this resolution passing at this time. Well, this is a very important topic that deserves serious merit and discussion, but at this time, in the middle of the budget year, the beaches cannot be made free as they would have unplanned loss for their funding stream. How would the city make up the loss of revenue if beaches are made free at this juncture this late in the season? How will the beach operations be funded without a planned revenue stream? The beaches are different than other community parks. They require significantly more funding for staffing with personnel to keep everyone safe and proper environmental upkeep to maintain healthy and aquatic life and clean water supply. Also, over 4,000 beach passes have already been sold, and refunding would cause significant burden to the city and expenses due to staff time. Additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic, though fortunately improving, is still a concern. Free beaches this year may lead to overcrowding, especially with the sand space being at reduced levels given the high water lines. Overcrowded beaches while the pandemic continues is not appropriate at this time, given that many of the patrons are children who are unable to be vaccinated. Making the beaches free or other changes to the mechanism must be thoughtfully addressed in advance and is a proposal that should be considered in a future year when funding streams can be readdressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tracy Long.
Hi, my name is Tracy Long. I've lived in Evanston now for 5 years, and I am also on the Parks and Rec Board. I've been on that board for about 3 years, and thanks for letting me speak today. So I wanted to agree with my fellow board members that while, I am in favor of not changing the rules around payments owed for access to the beach this year at this time. I also am not against free beaches, and I very much appreciate the equity arguments for getting rid of tokens. However, for a number of reasons, we're just not ready to do so right now. So as my fellow board members mentioned, the first issue here is practical. We've already sold over 4,000 tokens, and the logistical issues of returning that money, we actually are not even staffed to do that. The second is financial. So there's about $1 million that has been collected from beach tokens this year, and it's already spoken for in committed programming and services in the budget. And as someone who has enjoyed many Parks and Recs activities like ecology center hikes, the 4th of July parade, et cetera, I know something else will have to be cut if we do this. And so, as was in the memo that was published about this matter, there is no amount in the budget that's unspoken for in this fiscal year. The third is I feel like we're jumping to a solution without, having enough time to define exactly what problem we're trying to solve here. I think one of the problems we're trying to solve is that we want to make sure that every Evanstonian has access to enjoy the beach in the summer, and we don't want fees to stop anyone who can't afford them from going as much as they would like. And another is obviously to make this very important decision with equity in mind. One solution is to make the beaches free for everyone, but it has its own repercussions. And I think we need some time to come up with what all the solutions might be and vet them out. And that would take some time to do, and can't get it done this summer. And then the last thing I just want to say is, as someone who has purchased beach tokens for my family ever since we've moved here, I just want to say I think that the dollars that I've spent have been well spent. The services that we get at our beaches, right, the excellent lifeguarding, the garbage cleanup, the people who check our badges and help enforce the rules, they're second to none. We should be proud of that and also realize that people are willing to pay for that value. Let's keep that in mind as we further explore the issue. So in conclusion, I think that to act to make the beaches free this summer would be really difficult to implement and leave the city with a budget gap that's going to be hard to fill. I'd like us to just take the year and think about it and study the problem. Thanks so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Malika Gardner.
Hi. This is Malika Gardner, 7th Ward, and I am in favor. Hold on. I am in favor of free beaches. It's 3 months out of the year that everyone's talking about this big financial gap. That's 3 months out of the year. People have been talking about freeing up the beach for years. If Parks and Rec really wanted to do it, if the city council really wanted to do it, it would have been done already. Point is, you don't want certain people on the beach. And 3 months out of the year, financially, I don't believe will devastate Evanston. We spend enough on just discrimination settlements alone, 10 times more than what you make in beach tokens. You can make money with vendors. We have enough restaurants in Evanston that can make up that money that would love to be vendors on the beach. That's the way you could be making money instead of charging people and trying to keep people off of the beach that you don't want on the beach. It's very clear what's actually happening here, because if you really wanted to change it, you would have done it already. And I say you go ahead and do it now. Why wait? We've been waiting for years. You should do it now. And as far as the hazard pay, I would love to hear the employees of the stores come and speak, not corporate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Del Bosque.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Malika Gardner, and thank you for Alderman Reed for bringing this up to the table. Tracy Long, you are a board member. I'm so glad, or a commission board. You speak, quote unquote, we should be proud of what we have done and how many years you have bought tokens. I am glad to hear that you've had such a great, as have I, experience going into our wonderful beaches, but how are you going to speak for the Black community? I'm privileged, I'm a white Latina, but I can't speak for the Indigenous community. So please, as commissions, please keep your own opinions to yourself, because you can't speak on the equity lens that needs to take place here. You and your fellow members on the commission board speak of the money and the plans, but though you can give over $600,000 to Downtown Evanston, which is a nonprofit organization, SSA, to reign over 7 streets of businesses in Evanston. Have you seen those before the pandemic? Target came in, Barnes & Noble left. Should we go on and on? So how dare the city of Evanston sit here and spend $7 billion on Fountain, Square Fountain, whatever that looks like now, and not be able to extend the opportunity, like Malika had said, and echo the fact that we deserve this. We deserve this. We should be proud, Tracy, like you said, and we should be proud of the city of Evanston because we deserve free tokens for everyone. Downtown Evanston receives over $600,000. Evanston needs to be looking at that. The tax levy of these buildings. Why can't these business district be one business district, push the money over and help pay for businesses to get on the beach to service families and make money and profit from that? Dick Peach, back 25 years ago, asked the council to put a marina on the beach in the 3rd Ward. But whenever that voted no,
Can you
then
begin
Melissa
to bring your
came
comments to a
in, and then
close, please?
she voted no. So we really need to reanalyze this, stop with the excuses, be progressive, move forward. We've got this big ARPAF coming in for $43 million. Enough of the BS. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rozinski.
Hi, thank you. I also want to speak on behalf of I am in favor of the free beach tokens this year, because I think one is that if there was ever a year that we needed to have a free beach tokens for people, this is the year coming out of a traumatic last year, and it's for everybody, the kids and the older people. And I would suggest that it's not as hard to refund the money, and that maybe if asked, people would say, no, don't bother, and consider it a contribution. Or as I wrote in a letter, possibly what's it worth to you? But we have only about a quarter of the beach left of the whole lakefront for the public. And it's one of our most valuable assets, and parks and natural resources are so important to people's mental health and their enjoyment. And they don't have to have any money, or they can have a ton of money, but everyone gets to share in them. So I would be very much in favor of saying either let's tap into our reserve for it, go into the other money, figure out, I mean, we figured out a way without a whole lot of public comment to find out financing for, the Robert Crown at $3 or $4 million a year with going to be costing that much. And it does service the parks, and there's a nice library, but it's mostly hockey rinks, which is great, but that costs people to be in there. So I just want to keep, it's a priority decision. I think we can find it. And I think it's important for so many social and economic reasons. And I think we can make this work and make it work now. The second thing I just wanted to speak to, I do hope you vote against the Northwestern extension. That vote happened, and it flew in the face of our planning, comprehensive plan and our municipal zoning code. And so I know I sent you all a lot of information, and it's a pretty clear cut. People need to have confidence when they come into our town that we follow our own rules, and we can't make up special preferential zoning treatments and allowances because we need $1. We need to know how to spend $1. And the money we were getting from that, according to certain alder people, was less than $200,000. And there was no proof presented whatsoever about any other possible money. I would like to suggest that Northwestern consider asking for a map amendment on their property on the lake where there aren't a lot of residential homes everywhere, and they have 2 huge parking lots, and maybe
Could
they
you
could
begin
do
to bring your
the
comments to a
events
close,
they want to
please?
do in that $750 million lakefront facility that they just built. So those are the 2 things I'd like to address. Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicholas Korzanowski. Is Nick Korzanowski there? Oh, sorry. I think if I understood properly that I was just muted. So what I tried to say is the next speaker is Nicholas Korzanowski.
Hello.
Hi there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to speak to beach tokens and hazard pay, like so many have spoken so eloquently already. There's some undisputed facts here that beach tokens are racist in their intent and their implementation. And it's undisputed that our essential workers are heroes. And based on that, some folks even arguing against us having conversations tonight, let alone the outcome of those conversations. It's just very disappointing to see in this community. And I won't, I'll try not to double up on what other folks have said already, but to beach tokens, let's be clear. We're talking about this season, which is about to open in this weekend. If we don't do this now, what's a better time to do this? During the season? Will that be easier on folks logistically? So let's not mince words here. If you're going to drag your feet tonight, you're stopping this project full bore. It's done. So no, there's no let's wait. There's no let's study. It's now or never. And there's been some spurious notion that it's unaffordable, and some folks have been twisting themselves into knots to get to know here. The 2020 budget shows that beach tokens or beach access came in at less than $250,000. And if we can't find that kind of money, pack it up. If the status quo is the best we can do and there's literally nothing more, what are we doing? It doesn't hold water. It's not a good faith argument. And if you want to tell the whole population of the city that can't be made up, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So it can be done, it should be done, and to leave it in place is wrong. I don't think this, it's not a good faith discussion to say no to this. For hazard pay, we're specifically talking about big box stores. I don't think that's being hammered home hard enough. I like to talk about Kroger in the second ward because, hey, their CEO just took a bonus home last year of $22 million plus after ending a $2 hazard pay. So the right decision was the first thing they did. It took a little while for the bean counters to come in and say, we'd rather profits over people. That's where this comes from. That's all it is profits over people. You can't be a hero and not be worth $2 hazard pay. Those 2 things don't jive. And then this argument that,
begin to bring your remarks to a close, please?
I don't know if folks want to conjure monsters for this. There's no big box store in existence where hazard pay is the thread holding them in town. That's just not true. The PR fallout alone outweighs it. So there's the right thing to do, and getting to yes is the job of good government. Do the right thing tonight, I implore you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mike Fasilco.
Thank you. For whatever reason, this is my first opportunity to really congratulate the new council. We didn't get to speak the night you were sworn in. Somehow I missed the last Saturday council meeting for your orientation. So I wanted to just call out Mayor Biss. I mean, you're the man now, so I really look forward to what you're going to do. I want to congratulate Clerk Kelly, Jonathan Nuzma. I'm sure I mispronounced your name, Jonathan. I'm sorry. Bobby Burns, one of my favorite people, Devon Reed. Congratulations, big time. And Clerk Mendoza. I think a lot of us see the six of you as, well, you have our hopes high. Let me just put it that way. So please remember your promises. Please keep communication open, be transparent. I guess when I heard part of the orientation recording, because I listened to it, what struck me, and this is a typical Mike comment for those who know me, it sounded a little bit to me, I mean, I know there's information in there you had to hear for the first time, but it sounded a little bit like brainwashing to a certain extent. You're being told what you should do, what you should not do, how you should think, how you should not think. So I just encourage you to remember the reasons that you ran and the reasons you were elected, and not to forget those promises. I have a few questions. One of my questions is, will the council or somebody behind the dais answer questions that citizens ask during citizen comments? Many times in the past, almost exclusively, we heard nothing in return for our questions, and we'd like to get responses. What will the procedure be for emails that we send to the mayor and emails we send to our aldermen? Will those get replied to? When it's a Zoom meeting like this, and I guess we're going back into the regular meetings, which I appreciate, but when it's Zoom, can the chat be enabled rather than disabled? It helps us communicate amongst ourselves.
Begin to bring your remarks to a close, please?
I appreciate that very much. Thank you again, and we have such high hopes for you. Please don't disappoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Bogan.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm here on behalf of Evanston Fight for Black Lives. We would like to add on to everything that people have said about beach access needing to be free. There's no dispute that the barrier of a beach token is classist and racist. We believe that everyone should have access to public property. We just want to call out that we are having an initiative in case that beaches don't become free for this season. And people can please share our Facebook and Instagram and our link tree to help people spread awareness that we will be raising as much money as possible to buy as many tokens as possible for people. That's all.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Peck Collier.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. First, as a public-facing essential worker who has worked through the pandemic, I support SB4, mandating hazard pay for essential workers. Next, I am in support of free beach access. To echo many others, the ethical and moral choice for our city is clear. Thankfully, it's also financially feasible. City staff argues that we must prioritize increasing the uncommitted general fund balance over putting an end to this part of Evanston's racist practices. Unfortunately, the financial argument that the city cannot afford to give up revenue is flawed. Evanston's 2021 financial report shows us ending last year with $4.2 million more in the general fund than expected. By returning the $780,000 of surplus in the vehicle service fund to the general fund, we would only be $215,000 short of our goal. However, our city has included pension costs in their calculation of the general fund reserve goal, an uncommon practice that inflates the general fund expense by $25 million. By removing this double count, our general fund reserve goal decreases, placing us $4 million above what should be our budget goal. Long story short, we can refund 2021 beach revenues, end this racist practice, and still end the year $3 million above the reserve goal if city stays within budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon.
Give me just a second here. I didn't get a warning.
I can skip to the next person and come back to you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Oh, actually, it's an act of God. I called you out of order anyways, by accident. In fact, the next speaker was supposed to be Christopher Kruger. This is true. I'm not making this up. Is Christopher Kruger there?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is Christopher Kruger. I'm an attorney. I reside in Evanston since 1998. I'm licensed to practice law in Illinois and Wisconsin, and I practice in the areas of civil rights, constitutional law, employee, and consumer advocacy. Mr. Mayor, there's no question that the shameful history of segregation, and we like to think about it for many years as a Southern problem, but we know that there's a centuries-long history of segregation in the North. I'm looking at an article from the Sun-Times, July 26, 2019, A Century of Progress, but Still an Invisible Divide, talking about the race riots of 1919 that killed 38 people that started on the beaches of Chicago. There were other riots that started in 1960 in the desegregation of Rainbow Beach. There were wait-ins to desegregate the public property. Mr. Mayor, 80% of Evanston's lakefront has been expropriated by the mega rich and by an $11 billion institution that started as a church institution. Northwestern started as an activity of the Methodist Church, and it's probably why the Evanstonians, our predecessors, were so willing to give it the tax immunity in perpetuity that they enjoy. Maybe they want to pay $1 million to pay for the beach tokens. Maybe they could make up the budget fall. Maybe the healthcare industry, which has billions of dollars and is largely a significant portion is domiciled in the city of Evanston. Maybe they can make up the budget shortfall. I echo all the speakers in favor of the tokens being abolished and the beach being free. I advocate on behalf of the hazard pay for those workers. Those stores are located here because Evanston is a very desirable place to be. And they're not in the charity business. Guess what? Their employees also aren't in the charity business. So I favor SB 4 and SB 3. Lastly, I want to say not only is the segregation, and the other gentleman said it, Mr. Shackler said it perfectly, it is a textbook disparate impact case that's defined as a facially neutral policy that has a disparate impact on a protected class. It's a disparate, maybe we're in the wrong building. Maybe we should be at the Dirksen Center. Maybe we should be at the federal building challenging this, because this is illegal. People have waited 4 centuries. People have waited 4 centuries.
Can you please bring your remarks to a close?
To this country, and they should get it now. And I don't see how the Parks and Rec Board has any standing to address it, not to take a shot at them, but they really serve at the pleasure of the elected representatives and of the people. So they really don't have standing to come on here and argue for their own budget. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for hearing my comments, and I hope everyone on the council supports SB 3 and SB 4. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And now we'll go back to Darlene Cannon.
Okay, thank you. Darlene Cannon, Second Ward. We need free and equitable beaches that are accessible for all. Our beaches have historically been a place that's been unwelcoming to folks of color for decades. We need to do away with the humiliating process of making folks prove that they need financial assistance in order to get beach tokens. Giving all residents free beach access won't fix Evanston's inequity problem that has existed for decades, but it's a start. The time to change is now. SP1, American Rescue Plan Fund. I'm interested in seeing how we're going to be helping small nonprofits that provide services to our community and African American and Latino-owned landlords that have been struggling during the pandemic that need assistance, and then residents that need assistance. I'd like to see how we're going to assist them. SP4, I support the HEROES Act, essential workers that have put their lives and their families' lives at risk for over 14 months, ensuring that we had what we needed during the pandemic. So I agree. I stand in solidarity with Councilman Reed that it's valid enough to be a special order of business. And we don't need to have any more studies. We need to act. Folks are tired of waiting. We didn't consider the financial burden when we built Robert Crown, and it just ballooned up to millions of dollars. We don't care about we don't seem to be bothered about the continuous racial lawsuits that we have to continuously pay out. And I also would like to hear from the grocery store workers. I want to hear what they have to say. And I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight in favor of the beaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Doreen Price.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. Doreen Price in Revy, and I want to introduce myself since this is my first of the new council, and say thank you to all of you in taking on with such support of equity and freedom and social justice. So in that vein, I'd like to speak, and it sort of reflects what everyone says and perhaps some approaches that haven't been discussed. And I want to commend the Evanston social workers for their community-friendly help under adverse circumstances. Many of them, all of them. It keeps going back to what guides all of us to protect the most vulnerable from harm. How complete is Evanston's COVID-19 2020 report card asking for email input by May 31st, in case you missed it, if homeowners or families could only rely unsuccessfully from overwhelmed charities of less diverse communities? This addresses what Darlene's speaking. Can we just back Yvonne Thomas Smith's nationally recognized public health and accessibility programs and whole community leadership, including Grant Maker, which they had, bringing in grants that would have proven her vision and saved so many homes and families during COVID to preserve Evanston's diversity as well. Now it's time for true reparations and grow it to meet future needs. It would, and it would have never had, if it would have had happened, except for all these years of austerity programs, which goes back to how we calculate what our budget is. And I've mentioned also in the past that our bookkeeping methods need to be intersectional, not siloed, so that everything looks as an expense. When a foreclosed home, I think it was the city of Detroit, showed that it costs more to go through foreclosure than it does to save people in their homes. Those are documents or references I've cited in the past, and it's still true now. I'm sure a leader like Yvonne Thomas Smith would support well-being initiatives. We talk about well-being, and now's a chance to do it, and beach is it's definitely a part of that. That transition to more equitable ordinances. We know the ordinances have issues.
Can you begin to bring your comments to a close, please?
Yes, I'll just have one more paragraph. To more equitable issues sooner for real social justice. For example, Citizens Greener Justice Evanston initiatives, video during Earth Week are inspiring to affordable solutions away from gentrified high maintenance grants. Why not a moratorium on codes that would allow us to address equity and social justice experienced by residents? and last paragraph, HSS expanded access should include proven approaches to health, for example, access to acupuncture for trauma. We're talking about lots of trauma. Beach would help as well. Currently widespread and multi-generational, which we acknowledge as a city. Hopefully we continue to be better together, supporting our fantastic values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gita Maker-Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Biss and City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a family physician. I specialize in maternal child health and integrative medicine. I'm fellowship trained in both. My practice for the last 10 years has been in Evanston. I've been taking care of patients of all ages, incomes, races, socioeconomics at federally qualified health centers, migrant health centers, free clinics for over 20 years. Health equity is really of the highest importance to me. So I'm bringing that conversation into this equity discussion from a slightly different lens of human health. I think a vital aspect of human health, especially during times of high stress, is immersion in nature. I prescribe nature immersion regularly, as many of my patients here can attest to, not because it's just nice, but because it's actually a need. It's a need for physical health, mental health, for cognitive functioning. There is an extensive body of evidence that suggests nature's role in improving multiple domains of human health. And that includes reducing stress, anxiety, depression, increasing positive effect and well-being, which are all things that people who are disproportionately underserved in our community face even higher levels of. We have other studies that show being in nature documents improves sleep, cognition, pain control, social connectedness like we see at the beach, physical activity, immune system functioning, and an increased regard for the environment. So these studies really show that time in nature is actually an antidote for stress. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that our access to nature is a vital part of human life. I moved to Evanston from California to be closer to my family, but I chose Evanston because it was near the lake. It's really the only real wilderness that we have in this relatively urban area. You know, maybe you don't think of the lake as being a wild place or as wilderness as you might in other places, but if any of you have spent any time at the beach at all, you know that looking out at the horizon or the unobstructed blue sky or hearing the seagulls and the geese, you know that it's a wild place, and it provides a great deal of peace and tranquility, escape, mental rest, and connection with nature. And that access really matters. So as an advocate for food justice and the larger lens of environmental justice in this area, I think it's vital that our natural spaces are included in discussions of improving equity in Evanston. This is part of the equity discussion. It's certainly not all of it. And I do feel that we need to address the larger issues of equity around education, house ownership, business opportunities. These are the issues that are driving poor people, Black people, brown people from Evanston. It's not beach access, but the beach access is another example of some of the issues of apartheid that we face here. And the beach just cannot and should not continue to be a weapon of exclusion, and it can be a force of inclusion. So I'm part of a much larger community of people, some of whom have spoken today in Evanston, who's long been discussing this work
can you please end your comments?
And are very interested in co-creating an equitable and inclusive future for the beach for everyone. We have a very short time in Chicago that we can enjoy our greatest natural resource, and there are dozens of creative ways that we can all come together to secure financial stability for this endeavor, and I think it's vital that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Friedman.
Good evening, everyone. First, congratulations. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Okay. Congratulations to our new mayor, Daniel Biss, and congratulations to all the newly elected council members, re-elected council members, and new city clerk, Mendoza. Thank you to Mayor Biss for starting your new ad hoc committee. Your words are very encouraging when you spoke about public input, which says that this work cannot be successful without meaningful and significant public input, beyond what's achievable through state mandated public comment sessions at our meetings, and that you would be open to anything, be it public town hall meetings, smaller roundtables, distribution of surveys, or whatever would work. So we would like to ask how, when, and where the residents can and will get feedback from council members and/or Mayor Biss or City Manager Storley from questions and concerns that arise at these city council meetings. Also, we try to stay involved and informed, but it's not possible to be at 2 meetings on the same night at the same time. I tried to attend 3 ward meetings last week, but could only attend 2 because, again, it's not possible to attend 2 meetings at the same time. We would very much like to be able to follow up and read or listen to all the info that we missed at that 1 ward meeting. I would think that you would want to make all info from all meetings accessible to all Evanston residents, especially ward meetings. How can this be accomplished? Again, congratulations to everyone, and look forward to some positive changes in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rachel Rosner.
Hi, thank you. I'm Rachel Rosner, lifelong Evanstonian, 9th Ward resident, and the president of Citizen Screener Evanston, an organization with 2,700 members. I echo the congratulations and welcome to all the new council members and Mayor Biss. I've been part of a group that's been working to make Evanston beaches free and open for the past year or so, along with Claire Talon Ruin of Watershed Collective, which is a program of Citizen Screener Evanston. She's been working on this issue since Mayor Tisdall's day, so it is not a new conversation, indeed. And I want to really amplify what Abdel Shakur said so beautifully, and I'm also so impressed always with the leadership of Evanston Fight for Black Lives. And I think we should all feel a little sheepish that it's on their shoulders to raise money to solve this problem. I got a glimpse on Sunday. I went to the beach and saw what it could be, because there aren't tokens yet. And I really was aware that it was a more diverse scene. The beach was pretty crowded with beautiful families and kids making sandcastles. And a woman was like, "I like your smile." I didn't even notice I was smiling, but I was just beaming about being at the beach again on a Sunday. And I grew up in Evanston, as I mentioned, and the beach has always been a sacred place for me and my family. And in recent years, I've become more aware of the racial dynamics in town as the conversation has shifted. And as that's happened, I've noticed how white the crowd is at the beaches. And now I know that whiteness is due to historic and systemic racism in our town. I really appreciate that many on City Council and the mayor understand that beach tokens are a symptom of systemic racism and are working to open the beaches and do so in a thoughtful way. I know that there are greater priorities, including, food and housing insecurity in town. And so I know those must be prioritized first, but right below those is mental and spiritual well-being, as Gita was talking about. Though listening to other speakers, I do feel hopeful that a solution could come about this summer. I also want to acknowledge that it's complicated. And in addition to all those studies about the health benefits of being out,
Can you please bring your remarks to a close?
I think people, okay. Yeah. Connecting with nature also causes people to care about nature and want to take care of it, which is really also a critical thing that needs to happen. I recently read that experiencing awe helps alleviate depression, and the lakefront is Evanston's greatest source of awe. So to the extent that our beaches have become white spaces and tokens have denied access to people of color, there's a moral imperative to address this issue. So thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes the online portion of our public comment, with the exception of the fact that I believe both Sampson Whitaker and Clark Elliott, who signed up, weren't around when I called on them. Are either of you now in the Zoom to participate in public comment, either Sampson Whitaker or Dr. Clark Elliott? Okay, if not, then we move to our brief in-person public comment. The first speaker will be Sebastian Knowles.
Good evening, council members. I am ecstatic to be speaking in person this evening in support of Resolution 61-R-21. For those who have not met me outside of the Zoom world, my name is Sebastian Knowles, and I am a 9th Ward resident. I've been advocating for the elimination of beach tokens since my time working in the Parks and Recreation Department. I worked with children who had never been to the beach until coming into my programs, because their families could not afford beach tokens and they did not qualify for the Beach Token Assistance Program. However, not only are beach tokens a socioeconomic barrier to entry, they are a tool that has been rooted in racism, as been mentioned throughout tonight. In 1919, beach tokens were created to keep black residents out of the beachfront. Even though the wording of the ordinance does not say it in name, the consequences are one and the same. A program that disproportionately impacts residents of color, predominantly black residents. My good friend Marcia, who was born and raised in Evanston, told me stories about her and her black friends could not afford to buy beach tokens and never once stepped foot in Evanston's lakefront during her childhood. Hundreds, if not thousands, of residents shared the same story. While advocating for reparations in Evanston, I have called for the city to remove all policies that have been rooted in racism to fulfill part of the UN definition of reparation, which states that the government body will take steps to ensure that the harm will never be perpetrated again. And even though we have been touted by many as being one of the most progressive cities in Evanston or in Illinois, we still have one of the most blatant forms of de facto segregation remaining as law in our city. Some council members here today helped pass Resolution 58-R-19 committing to end structural racism in Evanston. However, it was those very council members who supported 58-R-19 that objected to this vote today due to Councilmember Reed rushing to end institutional racist practices. Myself and over 6,000 residents who signed the petition in support of this resolution choose to end racist practices no matter how much they bring in revenue to the city of Evanston. I ask that you all honor your commitment to ending structural racism by voting yes for the elimination of paid beach tokens. As former council member Robin Rue Simmons has told me time and time again, that the housing program is just the first step in repair to black residents. So why don't we make this the next step? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next and final speaker is Allie Harned.
Good evening. Lower that for me. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Biss, City Clerk Mendoza, and Council Members Kelly, Braithwaite, Wynn, Newsma, Burns, Suffredin, Wynn, Reed, and Fleming, and City Manager Storley. What did I say? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Councilmember Ravel. I'm very happy to see all of you here. My name is Allie Harned from the 2nd Ward. I was very excited to be here to witness your swearing in 2 weeks ago. Congratulations. Since public comment didn't happen during that meeting, I'm going to say a few words on behalf of a couple organizations that I am lucky enough to spend time with. Community Alliance for Better Government, CABG, some call it Cabbage, congratulates the 81st City Council. We feel hopeful and optimistic about the future of our city with your leadership being the new lighthouse beacon, showing the way to a brighter future for all of Evanston's residents, especially those most often forgotten, whose needs should be at the forefront of all decisions made by elected officials. We are hopeful indeed. We hope that all decisions will be made by elected officials, city staff, boards, and commissions, keeping all of these people in mind. However, we also plan to remain vigilant, engaged, and we will be working hard to hold you accountable to the promises made during the election. We believe that Evanstonians deserve a government that cares about its people and all its diversity. It is inclusive, transparent, respectful, and above all, recognizes the intentional acts of state-sanctioned racism and are how we got to this current state of gross inequities by race and neighborhood, and intentional actions are needed to dismantle it and bring about the beloved community we all desire. Also, as a member of the mighty crew of folks who have worked tirelessly to bring the power of voter initiative to the people of Evanston, I want to give a special message to this new city council. Thank you for your courage to get yourselves on the ballot, and congratulations on getting elected. Democracy is really awesome, isn't it? We hope that you will listen to the voices of the 3,800 plus Evanston voters who signed our petition to put Evanston Voter Initiative on the ballot, and give the people of Evanston another method to have their important voices heard. Now, with regards to SP3 and SP4 on the agenda about beach tokens and hero pay, first, thank you to Councilmember Reed for your bold and progressive and action-oriented foresight. Beach tokens have been talked about for years, and there have been plenty of time to push things through committee, to analyze it to death, but it hasn't happened. Any council member who is not newly elected could have introduced it in the past 4 to 24 years. Any member of the Parks and Rec Board could have proposed it during their tenure, you bet. Councilmember Reed, I admire your courage to make this a special order of business and your proactive effort to do it at your very first opportunity. Thank you. I agree that with all the voices who have spoken tonight that the racist and classist beach token system should be eliminated. Your work starts now to dismantle systemic racism and requires doing things that might not make perfect economic sense, that might be uncomfortable, that might move more quickly than you are accustomed to, but you do it anyway. As a school social worker, I am of course aware of the availability of free tokens and have shared this information with families for years. Through the diligence of my colleague Eleanor Kiaga, there's now a much more efficient system for families who qualify for free and reduced lunch to receive letters to their homes that can be presented to receive their tokens, which is a great step forward, but it is still a barrier. They still have to take the letter and present it to themselves, present themselves as impoverished, and that's not fair, that's not equitable, and I know some are too embarrassed to do it at all. It's also not without glitches. Just today I got an email from a family that's misplaced the letter. Actually, it was an email forwarded to me from their school secretary, which I forwarded to Eleanor Giaga because she has access to resend the letter, and I do not. So we have 3 extra clicks, 3 degrees of separation from the family who should have been able to just simply walk onto the natural resource of our beautiful shark-free beaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes this evening's public comment. Councilmember Reed is seeking recognition.
Yes, I just think based on the fact that the council voted to place SB3 on the agenda as a special order of business, and with all of the public comment regarding SP3, that it might be prudent to move that up, as it seems to be a topic of great interest in the public.
I'm personally not inclined to change the agenda. I don't see a reason to, but if the preference of the council is to juggle the agenda, it doesn't matter much to me either way. If someone wants to make a motion to move SB3 to the top of the agenda, I'm happy to entertain it. Do you want to make that motion, Councilmember Reed?
I'll motion to move it to the top of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Councilmember Reed seconds that motion. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Oh, I think we can have a few comments about that prior to the vote.
Yes.
There's a motion.
So discussion is in order. Discussion is in order. I think the spirit of the motion, which is sound, is that we've got a lot of people and a long agenda, and so let's not have too long a conversation about how to reorder the agenda. But with that said, Councilmember Barreto, you're absolutely right. Please speak up.
So we have there's a part of this that I figured was just going to be a discussion. I'm also interested in hearing a little bit more about some of the funds that are coming in. I think the biggest cost, and I share this with the public, I think all of us are here are all about public access to the beaches. That's not the issue. My major cost is just paying for it. So if we're just discussing it, I guess we can move it up. There's no real conversation, but I do want to ask questions in terms of what's that?
Well, to be clear, it's on the agenda for action. Councilmember, it's on the agenda for action. Councilmember Newsma?
To address
Councilmember Reed's motion, I wonder if it might not be worth hearing about the Rescue Act funding to see if some funding might be made available to support SB3. And that would be an argument in favor of sticking with our current agenda.
Is there further discussion on the question of whether to reorder the agenda? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
That was aye.
Oh, aye?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Ravel? Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
No.
So there are four yes and 5 no, and so we'll keep the agenda as it is. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to staff to present American Rescue Plan Act funding guidelines. Staff requests City Council review the following guidelines of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and then discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everybody is well aware, we have received some very good news back in March, April, that the federal government passed the American Rescue Plan Act, which has a whole host of funding opportunities for many, many different purposes, one of which is direct aid to cities and local governments. So that is a welcome chance for us to receive some funding to allocate under the guidelines, which just were released on May 10th. So we've had a few weeks to digest those guidelines and then try to put them into a format to help the community understand what we have here as a once-in-a-generational opportunity to really change the landscape of our recovery. So with that, we have put together a slide presentation, and our finance staff and intergovernmental affairs staff will walk us through that. It's not super lengthy, but it is enough for us to get our feet wet in terms of the opportunity that's presented before us and what we might wish to do with this opportunity going forward. Of course, we want to make sure that there is a lot of community discussion about this. It's such a big opportunity. We want to make sure we spend adequate time on it. But the overarching theme to this discussion this evening is that we want to really invest this money. We don't want to spend this money. We want to make sure that what we invest in yields this community dividends for decades to come. So that will require a lot of thoughtful discussion amongst this council and the community to make sure that we're thoughtful, careful, diligent, and responsible with this funding. There's many ways we can slice and dice how we go about allocating this funding. We're going to present a few options to the council to consider. Of course, we're open to any other ideas that the council may have about how we engage with the community on this and how we potentially allocate it. But with that prelude, I will hand it over now to Emma Carter, who's going to share the slide presentation. Emma, please proceed.
Hello, Mayor and members of City Council. Give me 1 second and I will share my screen. Okay, can everybody see this? Yes. Okay, great. So as Erica mentioned, I will be talking about the American Rescue Plan Act guidelines, which were released about 2 weeks ago now. It's commonly referred to as ARPA. I'm sure you all know this, but if I accidentally say ARPA, just know what I'm talking about. So just a little bit of overview. So the American Rescue Plan Act gave a bunch of money to a bunch of different places, different locations. And one of those was the Fiscal Recovery Fund. So what the Fiscal Recovery Fund does is provides $350 billion for local governments, municipalities, as well as counties to use. And since Evanston is a CDBG community, we will receive that funding directly from the federal government. If you remember from the CARES Act, the money was funneled through the state. This is not like that. The Treasury Department will be handing it directly to, not handing it, but sending it directly to Evanston. So the total amount expected to come to Evanston is that $43 million that you see on your screen right there. We received 50% of that last week. So we received that 21 million last week. and we will receive 50% of that as well in 2022, so about a year from now. All of the money is going to be deposited into a separate fund that we have already created. So that American Rescue Plan Fund was created by the Finance Department already. And all of this money needs to be obligated by December 31st of 2024. So what are we doing to engage the community? Currently, staff is suggesting that we move forward with town halls, and we partner with not-for-profits to really get those hard-to-reach community folks that might not show up if it was just a city event, as well as get their community input then at these town halls, give them a chance to stand up and tell us, sort of what their ideas are about ARPA funds and what they'd like to see in Evanston. Staff also worked to create a post-COVID-19 action plan in the EOC, as well as we handed it off to Mayor Haggerty. I'm sure many of you have already seen this. It was published. Currently, it's seeking feedback from the community, and what this document really does is just help establish community priorities. It gives sort of a list of ideas that we internally have seen happening in Evanston, but now we're looking for outside feedback for, again, what the community really wants to see in the future happen. So in terms of just some general rules on how we can use this ARPA fund, the first thing is you need to identify the need or the negative economic impact of COVID-19. So, we see that this business was struggling due to COVID-19. It has a negative economic impact. Great. So the second part of this is then identify how the program or service that we're proposing is really going to help this business, or again, whatever we decide to do with the funding, boost back up, basically due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the third part of these kind of general rules are really to make sure we're lifting up areas of the community that were most disproportionately impacted due to COVID-19. So some recommended priority use areas are securing our financial future, which means putting the money back into the City of Evanston budget, and that way we can help the community. Improving community health and wellness, really focusing on overarching wellness and not just going to the doctor, when you're sick and not feeling well. Stimulating economic recovery, investing in infrastructure. And again, as Erica kind of mentioned, we really want to make sure that we're using this on areas that are self-sustaining, that will generate revenue in the future, and that they're long-lasting, because the odds of the government giving us another $43 million are very slim. So we want to make sure that we're wise about how we use this. Ways that we absolutely cannot use the funding include offsetting tax cuts, pension fund deposits, legal settlements, funding debt service, funding rainy day funds, and financial reserves. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Hitesh, who is about the budget areas of this.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Good evening, Mayor Biss and the City Council members. So as Emma covered, where we can use this money, where we cannot do that. One of the big thing is the public health, obviously, covering any COVID-19 pandemic costs, which are not covered by, we have multiple grants. So, and if it's not covered there or covered in portion, we can cover that here, but we cannot obviously double take that. Second big thing we consistently read is the economic impact, that yes, put this kind of economy, workforce, the people back to the pre-pandemic levels. So they are kind of recommending or encouraging the Treasury and the government to kind of invest more to improve the economy overall. And the third one is the revenue loss, kind of replace the revenue lost, which was caused by the COVID-19. And they have some limitations where you can invest this money up to the revenue loss. Next, please. Okay, thank you. So revenue loss. Now, again, one big thing is the definition of general revenue, because they are talking about the general revenue definition, they say, which is more or like used in the census. And that's where they say It cannot include the, like say, parking revenue. It cannot include parks and recreation revenue. It cannot include liquor tax or utility tax. So essentially, we can include only loss in sales tax or income tax and some of the core city services. So we are still waiting for that kind of definition that, okay, would it be a 6 million or 13 million? 13 million includes roughly 3.5 million in the loss in our parking fund. So it would all depend on how they define the general revenue. And second thing is amount we can claim for general revenue that can be used for the public safety, obviously. Even they say general capital projects, you can invest in those only to the extent of the loss of revenue. Otherwise, there are no restrictions on the capital projects for the water, sewer, and the broadband. And the last one is obviously covered in the previous slide, that you cannot use it for the pension funding or debt or legal settlements like that. Next, please. So this is just a summary, kind of we are kind of not wrapping up, kind of, but not finalized with the numbers. The auditors are still reviewing the final numbers, so we would know, and we would come to the City Council or the Administration and Public Works Committee. The auditors would be there to present their report in the last week of June or the first meeting in July. And right now, but it looks like the numbers as it stands now, that the general fund is estimated to end the year with around $1.7 million kind of a net surplus. And if you look at it in the expense in the budgeted amount, we originally budgeted 117.2, considering all the services and programs and positions, because that was done pre-COVID, you know. And that's why I put the 16.66%, which is the City Council adopted goal of 2 months of operating expense at $19,525,000, which is a 16.66% of the 117. And that brings a shortage to around 1.8 million. And I just put a note there, or I think it is covered in the next slide. Let's see, do we have one more slide? Yes. So this is about the 2021, how we expect to end 2021. So I have the budget amounts and the projected amount on the right side of the column. And you would see that revenues, I just put like, okay, if we go like with the, what you call free beach tokens, we might lose around $1 million. So I put the revenues down by $1 million and expenses, hoping that, yeah, we would stay within the expenses, no contingencies, nothing else goes up. We would end the general fund with a loss of around 997, so roughly $1 million. 2020 fund balance with that surplus of 1.7 million for the 2020 would be around 17.6 million. And if I take the 997 out, the fund balance as of 2021, so 2020 is 16.6. Now the one thing when we passed the budget, some of you might remember that we had decided to draw the 500,000 out of the reserves. And that is right now showing as a revenue, which is not revenue. If you use it, obviously you are drawing up on the fund balance, so fund balance goes down. And so that's why I have reduced the estimated fund balance by that $500,000 to a net fund balance 2021 of $16.1 million. And then 16.66% of the budgeted expense or actual, they are the same numbers, doesn't matter. We kind of assume that the expenses would stay where it is. And so we would be having a deficit of around 2.3 million. And you would see a couple of notes down below. First one is obviously potential decrease in revenues from beach tokens. Second one is important, kind of no increase in expenses, as hiring of some of the positions could qualify. So we assumed that, yeah, we had frozen positions, vacant positions, and obviously in the Treasury's guidance, they obviously use the word invest in your capacities, hire back the people, the positions and all that. So they are kind of, encouraging that to kind of bring those positions and bring those services, programs and all that kind of thing. But right now, at least we are making the assumption that, okay, it would be covered under this federal stimulus money. And the last one is, obviously I mentioned that 2020 adopted budget includes a $500,000 draw on the fund balance. That's it for me, I guess. Right, Emma?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So I'll be speaking for a few more slides. The next slide talks about, or the next, I guess, stipulation in the interim final guidelines issued by the Treasury Department stipulates improving community health. So some eligible public health uses include medical expenses, behavior and physical health care, which includes mental health, ongoing COVID-19 mitigation and prevention, as well as additional public health programming, any type of information that we're sending out regarding COVID-19 as well. And then the eligible economic impact uses for economic recovery include things for childcare. We realize that we're trying to work through childcare and helping people get back out into the workforce and solving that issue. The development of affordable housing. Again, we want to uplift those businesses most impacted, support the workers, and then aid the hardest hit industries, which include hospitality, tourism, entertainment, things of that nature. And then premium pay. So the city can use this funding for premium pay, which would be eligible to city employees who are engaged in essential work throughout the pandemic. So that does not include anyone who is working remotely or working from home during this time. They do define essential work as work involving regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. So again, those city workers who were on the front lines during the COVID-19 pandemic. This pay can be retroactive, can exceed $13 per hour above regular pay, or that $25,000 total pay. And then investing in infrastructure. So the city is able to use ARPA funds for projects that are approved under the federal EPA's Clean Water State Revolving Fund, as well as the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. We can use it for lead service pipeline replacement. I do quickly want to mention that there's an unfunded mandate, House Bill 3739, which is currently in the Senate and looks like it might be passing pretty quickly here, that stipulates we would need to replace 3% of our lead service pipelines, which would cost about $4.5 million in 2021. The timeline is pretty short. It's only 34 years. Currently, we're on track to replace about 1% of our lead pipeline, and that's still costing us about $1.5 million per year. So staff would recommend that we use some of the ARPA funds towards the lead service pipeline replacement if we don't find any other federal funding or state funding for it. We can use it to replace 100-year-old water mains. We can use it for cybersecurity of water and sewer, so fiber optic systems and server upgrades. We can use it for anything to address climate change. And then again, we can use it for broadband. We want to make sure that we're giving the broadband and focused on areas that are underserved. The interim final guidelines do stipulate that the download speed needs to be 100 megabytes per second. So just keeping that in mind. So staff had come up with this idea for an Evanston Recovery Investment Fund option. What this would do is create basically an Evanston Recovery Investment Fund with a balance after we put funding towards the budget and infrastructure. So the key areas would be aligned with recovery guidelines, such as childcare, workforce development, small businesses, and hospitality. And the idea is that applicants can submit a proposal. The applicants can be like private sector, nonprofits, etc. And then the decision to fund the proposal would be made through either an economic development committee, or if we form some type of new committee that can score these proposals then and decide which proposals to fund. This would only be open after having a lot of community engagement, town halls, and discussion of the fund's existence. And then there's also our participatory budgeting option, which could provide an agreed upon amount to be allocated by the residents. The ideas for what to use with the funds would be submitted by community members, vetted by staff, and then agreed upon by council before presenting them to the community. And these proposals would be presented at ward meetings or other special meetings and would give the community members a hands-on experience to vote on these proposals after a period of time. And with that, I am done with my presentation.
All right, thank you, Emma. So that gives you a pretty high-level overview of the guidelines as we've interpreted them since they came out a couple of weeks ago, and a couple of options for the council to digest about ways we might want to engage the community going forward and trying to figure out the best way to go about vetting proposals and allocating this money. So we do have Economic Development Committee coming up on Wednesday this week, and now since we've had Rules Committee tonight, we have a full slate of Economic Development Committee members who will be able to attend that meeting, so that is great. There are a few of some community proposals coming forward at that meeting just to get feedback, nothing to be voted on, just generally sharing, here's some thoughts that are being brought forward. But just for tonight, we're just trying to sort of get our feet wet for the first time talking about this. We will be talking about this almost every month for the next couple of years. So this is not, we don't have to settle everything this evening, but generally tonight, if we could get some feedback on what we proposed and if there's other ideas that we haven't thought of that council members want to share, that would be sort of our objective for this evening.
Great. Thank you very much, Erica and Emma. Oh, and yeah, could we have the lights? Oh, they're right there. Amazing. Thank you to Erica and Emma and Hitesh. And now the floor is open to anyone who has questions or feedback, starting with Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. So I have a couple of things. Emma, if you can turn your slideshow back on, because I don't think it's online. In terms of the Economic Investment Fund, I think you had up there, what I didn't see in there is a place for individuals to apply for funding. So it looks like it was all business or nonprofit related. And so I like that idea of people being able to submit an idea of what they need the money for, but I think we will be remiss to not have, and maybe this is another line item altogether, some type of rental assistance program, because people, I mean, we have to remember eviction courts are not yet open, but they will open, and people will be evicted. And, you know, I can tell you from my role at the county, there are always more people applying for money than we have. And so I think I saw childcare and some other items there, but I did not see rental assistance. So I would hope that we would add that there, or make a suggestion for us to add that there. Also, the community input piece, I think, will be huge. And I would like us to just kind of think outside of our normal town hall surveys, you know, whatever else we do, and that community input. But I want us to be really mindful that, you know, I spent the last year on the nonprofit task force phone call. There's a lot of input just on that phone call. And so I would hate for us to go out with this blanket, like, tell us what you think. And then people have all these thoughts, and then we say, oh, those don't fall into these buckets. Or, you know, so we have to be super mindful as a city when we go out looking for input that we don't craft it, but we also give people the parameters of which the money is available. In reading through the legislation, which I have done, there are some rules, but there's also a lot of vagueness in the way they define some things. So obviously mental and physical wellness is super broad. So I think if we want to have a productive community dialogue, we have to be mindful of some of the broadness in the plan. The other part I wanted to mention, which is something I would definitely be supportive if we speak about it further, is it wasn't called hazard pay, but I forgot what it was called, similar to hazard pay, premier pay. So I worked the emergency shelter that we had, and I can tell you that mostly women who were there working from our health department were there every day at the grocery stores, packing boxes, talking to people very close, getting people food they needed. And so I think if we are going to look at the premier pay, I would want us to be super focused on people who, I know you said who were not working from home, but we know people had different roles during the pandemic. Our outreach team was delivering food to people who were sheltering in place with pandemic. So I know there's some different unions shopping around their idea of hazard pay, but I would want us to be super mindful of our staff who really were in the thick of it, whose job might not have been to be in the thick of it, who did not have our premier PPE coverage and everything else that some other union staff did have. I think, and then the last comment I have about this is there was mention about the post-COVID action plan, and I've spoken to Erica about this already. I served on that plan committee. We worked for 6 or so months on Friday nights on that plan, and I was a little bit disappointed to see what it was. It was very big. I will admit what we gave you all was very big, but what it came down to, I think, doesn't necessarily reflect the essence of what people on that committee thought. So I just want to publicly thank the committee members who were myself, Patrick Keenan Devlin, and Jesus, whose last name I just forgot. He represented the Evanston Latinos. What's his name? Vega. Thank you, Jesus Vega, as well as Kim Cole and Luke Stowe. We worked painstakingly long into Friday afternoons on that plan, and so a little bit frustrated to see what it came down to, but hopefully we can kind of revisit and make sure those committee members felt like their thoughts were incorporated in there somewhere. And then my last thing is I would like to see, I know we have economic development with now, I don't know, 5 or 6 people. I do think that this is something that could have its own maybe ad hoc subcommittee, and I say that because, as you said, we're not going to get this kind of money again. This is going to be over a couple years we're giving it out. Economic development, I imagine, already has full agendas. I haven't been in a long time, but just with all the other grants and things we give away, I imagine there's a lot of conversation in there. And so I do think this might be worth having a separate committee on, particularly if we're going to be looking at potential grant applications from the public, that there would be a committee that even had either public people on it or was just more publicly accessible, even on like a Saturday morning or something, so that we can make sure everyone understands exactly where the money's going. And can you mention, City Manager, you mentioned to me your idea about having like a web page and a spreadsheet and all that. Is it too early to mention that through you out there? Because I think that was a really good idea for the public.
Yeah, it is definitely not too early. The plan is to create a web page where we would present the guidelines as we know them, and then also have a full allocation of the money as we allocate it. So in real time, you would see how much money we've received, where each bucket has gone as we've allocated, and how much is left to be allocated. So that will actually be up very soon, even though we have not allocated anything. So everybody knows where to go and where to keep checking in to get updates on any processes that might be coming up, any public meetings that might be coming up, and then how the money is getting allocated as we move forward.
Okay, so my last plug then, if we decide to do a separate committee, I would suggest that we call Jesus and Patrick, because we spent lots of time interviewing people in the community about their needs during pandemic and what they needed from the city post-pandemic recovery, like lots and lots of time speaking to people. And so I think they would have a good idea, from their perspective, from our work with the post-recovery plan, to be on that committee if they were interested.
Great, thank you. The way I think we're going to do this is after each council member finishes their remarks, I'll see if staff wants to respond to anything or answer questions that were raised, and if not, then I'll move on to the next member, and then I'll say something at the end. So is there anything, Emma, did you want to respond to any of the questions that, great. So the next speaker will be Councilmember Reed, and following him will be Councilmember Burns.
I just wanted to state that I support Councilmember Fleming's idea that we have a committee that would specifically look at these funds. I appreciate the city manager's transparent proposal to create a web page where the folks can follow real-time expenditures. And I just want to state that I'm supportive of using premium pay for our essential workers here in the city, or supporting premium pay. And then also, I really think it's, we have a unique opportunity here with $40 million that we're receiving from the federal $40+ million that we're receiving from the federal government, to use that, to Alderman Fleming's point about community engagement. I think the way that we can really reimagine the engagement process is by setting aside upwards of $10 million of this for a participatory budgeting project where folks in the community would go through that process of learning what's feasible and what's not, and how the funds can be spent. And I think it would be great if we could pull in there are nonprofits out there and university partners that conduct these PB experiments and trials elsewhere. And I think it'd be wonderful if we took advantage of that with these funds, particularly with something as complex as responding to a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, hopefully a once-in-a-100-year pandemic. And we should really use the collective genius of our community to tackle this huge issue. And PB would be a great way to do that. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And any reaction to that or answers to questions? Okay. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Something I noticed was just the constant mention of this is about serving. This is also in a big way a part of serving the hardest hit communities and families. I saw that throughout the packet here. And, one on page 22 of our packet, it says, while the pandemic has affected communities across the country, it has disproportionately impacted low-income families and communities of color and has exacerbated systemic health and economic inequities. And so what I'll be looking for is how are we going to be intentional about directing is how are we going to be intentional about making sure that we put some action to the fact that on and on and on again, this really calls the attention to the need to hit our hardest hit communities. We live in a segregated town. We understand where black and brown folks live. How are we really going to, target the communities that we know were hardest hit? And how are we going to be intentional about that? That's what I'm going to really be looking for. I think also what I'll be looking for is from staff is really understanding. There's another thing in here that says staff is assessing other funding through ARPA that will be distributed to the state of Illinois, Cook County, and through different federal agencies that make up $1.29 trillion. I don't think any of us here want to pay for something that potentially another unit of the government has funds for. And so very early on, I would love to see kind of a comprehensive list of what every unit of government is offering to help our residents here recover from COVID. Obviously, for an example, IDA recently came out with a program that's paying up to $25,000 in rental assistance. Again, that we need to know the other pots of money that are out here to help inform us how we should best use our money. I also think we may want to look at kind of doubling down on different initiatives that we've already put funds into. I think about the business incubator program that I believe we're paying. We're using a portion of the Good Neighborhood funds to do that. I think this is a great opportunity for us to double down on that minority business incubator program. I think we have close to $500,000 or $400,000 that we've directed through the Good Neighborhood Fund. What does it look like to use some of these funds to really support a fully funded program that has the legs to make an impact that I think we all want it to have? I think job training, as people try to kind of work their way through this pandemic and get back to work, I think job training is really going to be a big part of this. Figuring out what certifications. I saw the other day on social media that Google is even offering different certifications on UX experience and just different ways to make yourself more valuable and more marketable in this kind of new economy. And so to the extent that we can help people prepare to take advantage of that, I'd love to see how we can do that. Universal child care. I mean, we know that one of the biggest barriers to people becoming gainfully employed is the inaccessibility of childcare, particularly evenings, weekends. I'd love to see what we can do to address that through these funds. Another question is, and this might have been in the package, so excuse me if I missed it, but what critical investment have we had to delay because of COVID? So I'm also interested to see what were we, Manager Storley, kind of, what were we prepared to move forward on, and what did we have to delay because of COVID? That might help us kind of shape our priorities. And this is a hard one because we want to support all businesses if we can, but the reality is that as an entrepreneur myself, sometimes you're not successful until your second, third, fourth, fifth business. And so I think we want to support businesses that have a plan to kind of figure out how to be successful within this new kind of reality that we're in, and have a plan to, I guess what I'm saying, especially downtown, we have an opportunity to rethink how we use space, commercial space, and just in general space in our city. And I think that's really important. And so I think we really need to look at, what businesses are good for the economy that exists today. I think that's going to be important. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma and Hitesh, I have a follow-up question for you, because I think Councilmember Burns hits a really, really critical point, which is that $43 million sounds like a lot of money, but it's a tiny portion of a genuinely gargantuan amount of money in this legislation. And I thought of that also when Councilmember Fleming was talking about rental assistance. Can you just update us a little bit about what other opportunities there are, not for this corporate body of the city government of Evanston necessarily, but for Evanston residents, whether they're organizations or individuals or businesses, to find help through other aspects of the American Rescue Plan Act?
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Was that question about me?
Yeah, the question, and we don't need to do it over Zoom if that's not workable. We can do it in writing at another time. But just asking about what steps we're going to take as a city to go after other resources beyond the $43 million coming through us that might be available to residents, or nonprofit organizations, or businesses within Evanston.
So the funding is still in the first steps for a lot of the people. Even the state doesn't really have a full plan on what it's allocating funding towards. But just like one example of that is that we're planning on making contact with the broadband office for the state of Illinois, because that's something that's very important to residents here. We see this divide between people who had Wi-Fi throughout COVID-19, people who didn't, right? So that's just one of the things and one of the offices that we're planning on making contact with. And then we'll move from there, whether that's a grant process or, something we have to apply for indirectly, then we'll take it from there. But yeah, that's just one example that's off the top of my head. We do need to do a lot more research on this. Our main priority was understanding the interim final guidelines for internally first, but now we'll explore more externally.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank City Manager Storley and the staff for putting together that overview presentation. I know we're going to be spending a lot of time getting into the nitty-gritty over the next few months and the next few years. So I just want to underscore what some of my colleagues have said about making sure we have a thoughtful and deliberative process and robust public engagement. I really will underscore what my colleagues said about the participatory budgeting process. I think that will be this will be a good way to engage the public in spending at least a portion of that money. I have a couple of questions that I would request some clarification on, referring to a line on page 14 of our packet in the memo that says the key criterion used to determine if the funding can be used for a project or item is, was this impacted or harmed by the economic slowdown caused by COVID-19? That test would seem to preclude some of the infrastructure stuff, such as lead pipes, which are a problem whether or not we have a pandemic. So I'd like to see clarification on that item, as well as one more related to infrastructure. I noted that anything related to climate change was listed under the infrastructure category, and I would request some clarification as to whether the climate change impact has to, anything we're saying we're doing for climate change, does it have to be infrastructure related, or could it be outside of an infrastructure investment? Thanks.
Yeah, I can go ahead and respond to those quickly. So in terms of the lead service pipelines, that item was directly listed in the interim final guidelines. Those two questions for like, was this impacted during the COVID-19 pandemic economically? And then, that second follow-up question was, how can this help? Those were just general overarching like ways to kind of tell if a program should be implemented. But that lead service pipeline, you are correct, is something that's completely different from that, but something that we can use the funding for. And then also you're correct that climate change is just kind of thrown in there under infrastructure. We can use the funding for climate change. And that's literally what it says within the interim final guidelines. So there's not a whole lot of clarification on that at this point. We're still working and going to a lot of webinars with the NLC. And we can submit questions to them as well if we do have further clarification questions regarding, what specifically under climate change can we use this for? I'm sorry that doesn't fully answer your question, but a lot of this is not fully answered in the guidelines anyways.
Good enough for now. Thank you.
Hence the term interim final guidelines, which is funny in and of itself, but that's where we are right now. These are interim. There is a feedback period where we can give feedback on the guidelines, and then there may be some tweaks down the road. But right now, these are interim, and that's what we're going off of at this point in time.
Interim and final. Is there any further discussion from any member of council? Is anyone who hasn't yet spoken want to speak? Seeing none, Councilmember Fleming.
Just have a question. So, City Manager Storley, do you want this to be the form in which we kind of toss out our ideas? Is there going to be some other formal way in which council would do that? Because I have, as you might have guessed, a few more I'll toss out there if you're taking them now.
So any format is fine for feedback and for suggestions. I was going to note that our first foray into the community engagement portion of this is going to be with 3 town hall meetings that we're planning for the next month, one of which will be online, one of which will be in person, and one of which will be all in Spanish. And we're trying to schedule these right now and offer childcare activities and dinner so that people can have more access to this than typically they may have seen in the past, because there will be opportunities for people to come at times that might be more convenient or at a language that they speak natively. So those dates are being vetted. We would encourage council members to attend those town hall meetings. This will be just our first engagement to get feedback from the community. We're taking your advice on let's try to get meaningful feedback. Let's try to structure this so that it's just not a free-for-all. It's more of a, here's some options based on what the guidelines say, but then also, if you could do anything, what would you do? So we're going to try to get both sets of feedback so that when we give this feedback to the council, there's something actionable for you to work with. So that will be happening first. But as far as any additional ways in which the council seeks to allocate this, if you want to give ideas now, that's great. I'm taking a log of everything that we've discussed so far so that we can continue to put it into our master log of sort of options for the council to continue to consider, but also, even having them at the town hall is fine as well.
Okay, well, I'll just give my last 2, which are not going to be new to you, but as you know, we're working on the guaranteed income program and the alternatives to 911 response, which actually is already out for RFP. I think both of those could fall into a variety of buckets here and could use some, as Councilmember Burns said, shoring up to make sure that they are actually funded in a way that's making a tangible long-term difference in the lives of our residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Could you talk a little bit about the outreach strategies to encourage participation at these town hall meetings?
So we'll use most of our city social media channels. We'll be asking council members to try to get the word out through their channels, but also we're partnering with all of the nonprofits. Emma and Kelly, our deputy city manager, have been working with the nonprofit task force over the last month to seek their help in getting the word out, and also in sort of partnering with us on these town halls so that we could structure it, like I said, in a way that's most beneficial. So we're looking forward to continuing that collaboration with the nonprofits, figuring out a structure that works going forward for those town halls, and then messaging these in such a way that we can get maximum participation. And we have just come up with sort of this rudimentary first level, like we should do childcare, we should do activities, we should do food. But if you guys have additional suggestions about other things that we could do to make sure that people have the opportunity to participate, and 3 is no magic number, like we can do as many as we want. That's just what we've come up with sort of out of the gate.
Are you done, Councilmember?
Is there any possibility for funding, like hourly, perhaps to encourage members of the communities most hardest hit to be able to afford hours to participate in the decision-making process? Like to actually pay, I'm just wondering, like hourly?
We haven't considered that. We certainly could. Let me speak to the staff and see where we could potentially come up with some funding options for the council to consider to maybe move that forward.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes, several years ago, or lost track of time, but on the community development block grant outreach program that was put in place, where we used people from cradle to career to really get into the communities, and Sarah Flax and I were just speaking about it, but the results of that were dramatically better in terms of community input that the HCDA committee received, and people who were contacted who had never been contacted by the city before. So I would suggest we talk to Sarah Flax about the system that was set up then and how they used volunteers from cradle to career to really reach into parts of the community that we want to get to.
Are there any other members of council who would like to speak to this? Sorry. So seeing none, I just want to echo the comments of many we've heard from already. I think the public input part of this is really important and hard to do. I really appreciate Councilmember when you're talking about an example of something that has worked in the past. I think Councilmember Fleming is right that we're not going to get this right by sort of doing the things we usually do, even doing them more intensively and more frequently and more enthusiastically. I think we're going to have to be both in terms of the depth of our outreach and in terms of the intentional structure of the questions that we pose. We're going to have to be really, really creative and smart if we want to get back enough public input to do justice to the opportunity that's waiting for us here. So I'm really appreciative of the fact that I think every single person mentioned that, and I would just kind of admonish all of us that we shouldn't allow that part of this process to just kind of go on autopilot. I'm going to be thinking about what I personally can do on that front, and I would ask everybody up on this dais to join me in doing that. Because I just think there's a lot at stake in getting that right. And the other thing I want to just share with the council and the community is the attention that I feel as I've been thinking a lot about how we're going to deploy these resources. That on the one hand, there is some urgency, and on the other hand, there's an extraordinary benefit in taking our time and getting it right. And so I think for the overwhelming majority of these funds, we cannot afford to be haphazard or rushed. We have to be deliberate and careful and slow and thoughtful, inclusive of public input, and meticulous in getting it right. On the other hand, I do want to name the fact that we believe likely to enter phase 5 in just a few weeks. Here we are meeting in person, most of us vaccinated, most of our community vaccinated. The economic recovery from COVID is happening now. And the changes in behavior that we're going to either capitalize on as a community or not in our efforts to recruit new businesses and support our own local businesses and growing are going to happen right now over the course of the next few months. And so I don't pretend to have an answer to this, but I hope we can figure out a way to be nimble and quick and smart in terms of how we deploy a small portion of these resources to make sure we're taking advantage of the recovery that is happening now, and that if we wait around 6 months, we may say, oops, we missed that window, and simultaneously not rush and make sure that we're thoughtful and deliberative and careful in terms of how we spend the overwhelming majority of this. And I know that's an awkward tension, but I think it's important to get both of those pieces of this right if we want to really make this potentially once in a generation investment pay off for generations to come. So those are my thoughts on this matter. And so that allows us to move to SP2. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding SP2?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to item SP2, which is the approval for up to $50,000 of CBDG/CV funding for the Entrepreneurship Grant Program Emergency Assistance Support Evanston Business Recovery from Coronavirus. This is for action.
So Councilmember Braithwaite moves SP2. Councilmember Wynn seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Wynn?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
On this matter, there's by a 9 vote, SP2 has passed. That brings us to SP3. Would anyone like to make a motion on SP3?
I'd like to move SP3, authorizing a pilot program for free beach access.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So Councilmember Reed moves SP3. I think Councilmember Kelly got in there, or Councilmember Braithwaite. Ooh, Councilmember Braithwaite seconded. It was a close call. It was a photo finish. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Newsma.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Councilmember Reed made the motion and has the right to speak first. Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you. So I made a motion on May 10th to place this on the agenda because really in keeping with the history that, folks have laid out for us over hundreds of years, and even recently with Alderman Fleming and this body passing a resolution to end structural racism. I can't think of one policy that this city engages in that upholds structural racism more than charging for beach access. There's the moral case for this I'll make first, and it's a class and racial one. With class, Evanston residents aren't charged for mere access to any other public space, not parks, not tennis courts, not indoor recreation facilities. Residents should come to their city parks department for recreation and not humiliation, where they have to prove themselves to be poor in order to get access to our beaches. So how did we get here? Well, it was based in racism. In fact, Alderman Edwin B. Jourdain, who a community center in the 5th Ward is named after, the first black alderman of this city, who was voted out of his seat by his colleagues illegally, when in 1931 he made a mention to end segregation in Evanston beaches and Evanston movie theaters. The council said, we'll do it, but we'll do it by charging for beach access under the guise of keeping our beaches beautiful. I would like, but and the beaches were free up until that point, up until 1931. But Alderman Jourdain made a really good point back then. He said, he's quoted as saying, moral persuasion alone is usually a useless technique for meaningful change in customs of long standing. So I'm not here to make a moral argument. I think we all agree, we've said it for a long time, that this is a moral imperative, that we end this exclusionary practice. Director Hemingway, I have a few questions for you to get some clarification, if you approach the stand there. So as it stands today, the overall park budget is roughly
approximately, this year it's about 11.5 million. Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, Storley, Clerk Mendoza, and members of council. So this current fiscal year, we're about $11.5 million down from previous years.
But okay. But your total budget is, I'm sorry?
About 11.5 million.
Okay. And where does your department's budget come from? It comes from the
General fund
General
and general fund, and then the revenues that we generate off program fees.
Right. But those all of it comes from the general fund. There's not a special Parks and Recreation fund, right?
No,
okay.
sir.
How much do how much do we spend on parks every year to maintain our parks?
Well, so the way we're currently structured, our maintenance, is that what you're asking specifically?
How do we
I'm just asking.
We have
I want
very
clarity.
we have very highly rated parks, and I commend your department for all that we have done to create beautiful parks and make sure that folks throughout our city have access to it. How much money do we spend to have this beautiful park system?
Well, I mean, so the maintenance part, if you're talking about the maintenance of outside parks,
staffing,
it's in
the whole
Public Works.
Okay.
So I want to clarify that. It's not part of the Parks and Recreation. I have custodial staff that maintains buildings and facilities. During the summertime, I hire additional custodial staff to support the outdoor activities. So when you ask about the specific, about how much we spend, it's hard for me because, I just focus on the Parks and Rec budget, not the Public Works budget. Those folks aren't under my department.
So are beaches maintained through the parks budget, or is it a similar
So
situation?
beaches, the Public Works staff assist us in maintaining the beaches. That's correct.
So keeping our beaches beautiful and that stuff doesn't. So, but as far as infrastructure in parks and maintaining parks, can you just give me an estimate of how much we spend for all of the parks that we have in our city? Just an estimate.
I mean, so I can't, because again, that staff doesn't belong to me. That staff is in the Public Works Department.
I mean, your portion of it. Whatever your department spends to keep our parks the way they are, whether it's facilities or staff for those parks, for events, just generally what.
I mean, so if you're asking for, a general cost to maintain, if I can extract all my custodial staff out of my budget, which sits in every single business unit, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can figure it out in a few minutes, look it up, but I don't have the number because every business unit, so all the buildings are by individual business units, and then all of the lakefront staff sits in its own business unit, and a lot of those are seasonals. So it's not as simple as
Sure.
For me, but I could calculate it, give you a roundabout.
Would you estimate that your original memo said that beach operations was about 1.2 million. Would you estimate that to maintain our parks it costs the city more than, let's say, $1.2 million?
Oh, I will absolutely say that.
Certainly. And we are able to do that without charging additional access to those parks, correct?
Of course. No, nobody charges for parks.
Right. And so why do we charge for beach access?
Sir, listen, it's been the policy.
Let me interject, okay?
Sure.
It is the policy of the city council to charge for beach tokens. If the council wishes to change the policy, the council has the purview to change it. It is not Director Hemingway's decision whether or not to charge for beach tokens.
Thank you very much. I understand that. But we charge, the reason that you're the Parks and Rec director, why do you advocate, presumably, that we charge for beach access, at least for now, to maintain the status quo?
So thank you for asking that question, Councilmember Reed. What I am advocating for, I'm not advocating for or against free beaches. What I'm advocating for is a process that allows me to make sure that my budget balances. I'm held responsible to balance the budget. Right now, the revenue that is generated from those daily sales and those token sales goes to help me balance my budget. And because we haven't had an opportunity to discuss it, we're 1 week out from opening the beaches. What I am asking for is just an opportunity, let's do it the right way so that funding can be identified to make up for if the council makes a decision to make the beaches free. Right now, that's all I have to go on. And so that's the reason why I am just advocating. I'm not advocating that they remain a token process. I want to be clear about that. It's just that give the department a time to address this in a timely fashion through the budget process so that my staff, when they see that, there's beaches are going to go, tokens are going away and now we got $1 million shortfall. My response has been, look, the council has to find that money. Right? But right now I don't have a direct answer because everyone now is concerned about programs or their building being cut or staffing cuts if we don't have this $1 million. And so that's my concern.
Certainly. But so for clarification, the council approved a budget that allows for your department to operate currently. That's an obvious thing. And so what we'd be doing here is leaving revenue on the table. Right, we'd be saying we're not going to charge for beach tokens, but because your budget comes from the general fund and because the council has approved your budget would still be funded. We'd just be leaving revenue on the table.
If that's the way you want to look, I look at it like this. You give me about $5.5 million, $6 million out the general fund. I provide you with $12 million worth of programs and activities. And if I only, I'm getting that $6 million that you give me is now $5 million. How do I close that gap? That's how I look at this from an operator's perspective, and that's really just my concern. Again, Councilmember Reed, we can make the beaches free, but let's do it through the budget process so that the budget is whole. That's all I'm advocating for.
Thank you. Okay, and so right in your memo, you said that the current that part of the reason for maintaining this is because we're concerned about our reserve fund balance, and we are, this would cause, the original memo said that this would cause a $1.2 million deficit. Is that correct what the original memo said?
The original memo
Director,
said that.
Just before, I just want to interject just to set the scene here. I neglected my mayoral duties and didn't set a timer until after the director came to the podium, and that's now been 5 minutes. Obviously, this is an important topic. I'm not going to cut you off, but I just want both of you to be mindful of the fact that we're sort of past time, and if we could conduct the rest of this expeditiously, that would be helpful.
Okay. So I see we're keeping time, which is something we haven't done before. So originally there was a $1.2 million in beach revenue budget deficit that you stated.
Yes.
Right? And that would be total beach operations, correct?
That will include beach operations and aquatics camp only.
So there'd be total beach
beaches,
revenue.
Total beach revenue.
Okay. But that number, 1.2 million, wasn't correct because it included, for example, like you said, aquatics camp, which isn't a part of this proposal.
Yeah, I spoke, I broke that out in the memo. There's approximately $200,000 annually for aquatics camp, which won't already happen. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, I was already concerned that we're a $200,000 in the hole. So the remaining $1 million is the projected beach revenue.
Certainly. And, but then, is that, well, the $1 million number that you included in the memo includes the aquatics camp.
The $1 million does not include aquatics camp. $200,000 is our average that we generate off aquatics camp. And I sent the detail today additionally to kind of show you that. The $1 million is the beach revenue, so token sales and daily sales only.
And we sell roughly, on average, what is the dollar amount that we sell in tokens yearly, just overall?
Dollar amount?
Just tokens, yeah.
Dollar amount?
Yes.
I mean, it can be as low as in the mid sixes to as high as $1 million. Token sales.
So I have the numbers in front of me. What I've seen is that it's on average slightly over $500,000, and that's all tokens to Chicago residents, Evanston residents, Skokie residents.
I mean, that's tokens, right?
Okay, so
if
and that's what I'm referring to here. So
Okay.
just tokens around $500,000, and that's to Evanston residents, Chicagoans. And then for day passes, that brings in another roughly $200,000. Except for last year, which was, 2020, it brought in quite a bit more because Chicago beaches were closed. So folks were flocking from Chicago to Evanston beaches. But on average, our daily beach token sales is only roughly a little over 200,000. Is that correct? Outside of the anomaly of last year?
Sir, I sent you the data. We can add up, like I said, each year is different. So the average is, you can pick one year where that number was low, but we could pick a year that is high. The average anywhere, like I was stating earlier, could be around $600,000 in token sales, or as high as $800,000 to $1 million in token sales. It varies year to year. So, we can land where, wherever you want to land.
Let's say 800,000, between beach token and day passes would be an average, except for last year where we had this induced demand because Chicago Beach is being closed. If you look 2017 to, except for last year, the city has never gone over $800,000 in total beach token and day pass sales. That's.
I would disagree with that statement, sir, with all due respect.
So we have this dispute about the numbers?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Reed, the data that you had shared with me earlier addresses this specific request, and I double-checked my numbers here, and in 2017, all beach revenue, tokens, and daily passes, 2017 was, I'll round to the nearest 1,000, 819,000. 2018, 868,000. 2019, 790,000, and in 2020, 1,066,000. So I think that was the numbers. Those are the numbers you were looking for.
So then, right. So roughly $800,000 is what we bring in beach token sales.
And daily passes.
And daily passes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is correct. That on an average basis, that's about what we bring in. So then, that number shrinks from 1.2 million, which was originally reported, to 800,000. That's $400,000 that we save right there just from getting some numbers correct. And then if we look into it even deeper, the proposal put forward is that beaches would be made free for Evanston residents. So then if we factor out the tokens that are sold to Evanston residents and the day passes that are sold to Evanston residents, we don't have a direct, it seems as though in the numbers that you've given there isn't a direct breakdown on day passes, whether it's sold to an Evanston resident or Chicagoan. There's not a clear indication of that.
Our day passes, the only difference was it's an adult fee, then there was a child fee, which is now just went to one flat fee for 2021.
Right, but
so there's no difference.
We don't know how to tell whether, but so we can assume that a percentage of them are Evanstonians, a percentage of them are folks from all over. So then that would bring that number down to, if we were to eliminate the cost of beach tokens for Evanstonians, to roughly let's say $650,000. So it's not the $1.2 million, it's not $1 million, it's not $800,000, it's about $600,000 if it was just for Evanston residents.
So just for a point of clarity to the council, in my budget for 2021, the city council adopted budget, my revenue number is $1.2 million. That's where that number comes from.
Certainly, but what we've seen, that may be the number there, but we've seen every year, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, an anomaly with the induced demand. But what we've seen consistently is that token revenue and day pass revenue overall brings in $800,000. And on average, through those years, it's brought in about $600,000 just from Evanston residents. I hear what you're saying, that we approved the budget, but that's what the data shows is the case. Would you think that that's just about correct?
Let me just interject for 1 second. So the council last year adopted a budget of $1 million for beach tokens and daily passes specifically. So every year we have to estimate what we think the city's going to bring in for each individual revenue line item. What the director is saying is that this line item contains more than one budget item, one of which is camps, which we're not running, leaving the budgeted amount of $1 million. So we're already saying we're not running the aquatics camp. We're already saying we're going to be short $200,000 in revenue. If we don't want to charge for beach tokens this year, we're going to be short $1 million in revenue, whether we met that goal or not. So what we're really talking about here is we can do this. It's really, whether we practically or in reality bring in this year 800,000, 900,000, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's budgeted at $1 million for all practical purposes. So that is the number that we will be short if we don't do it, or if we do it and we meet or exceed or we fall short. That is our budgeted number.
Okay, but sure, that's what our budgeted number, but we're talking about a proposal here, and the numbers do matter, and $400,000, $200,000, these are not insignificant amounts of money. And so what we're talking about is if we made beaches free this year for Evanston residents, that'd be about $600,000 based on 2017, 2018, 2019. Again, and if anything, maybe we could, if we did have numbers similar to 2020, which was Chicagoans flocking into our city and buying day passes, we may see continued revenue. I have a question for Director Desai, if he is on the line.
Yes, Councilmember Reid.
Yeah, thank you. So, can you tell me what your in the memo that Director Hemingway presented, it said that the budget current fund balance. Can you tell me what the current fund balance is for the city of Evanston, the general fund balance?
I mean, it changes every month, and it's a different the way it's the right balance, and we are wrapping up the 2020 audit. But as you saw in my slides, as a part of the the American Rescue Plan, we estimate to end the 2020 fund balance, which would be like an audited number within a month, and we would get to at around $17.7 million.
Okay, so currently in the memo that Director Hemingway put forward, that number was the current general fund reserve balance, which also, Director Asai, can you describe what, so the general fund balance, is that also our reserve fund? So there's no distinction between just the general fund balance and our reserve fund?
No, it's the same thing, yeah.
Same thing, no distinction, okay.
There are other funds who have a fund balance too, but what we are talking about is the right now general fund balance.
Great. So what was presented in the memo is that the general fund balance is currently $15.2 million. That was what was.
That is the Councilmember Reid estimated balance based on two things. So if you have seen my ARP slide, and which is number 10, where I say that, okay, if we reduce the beach revenue by $1 million, the deficit would be around $2.3 million at the end of 2021.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking for where the fund is now. So the fund balance now is what number? Just to be clear.
I think I sent you the March financial. Let's see what we have.
Yeah, the March financial number that you sent me said that the current fund balance was $20 million.
Right. But again, I mean, some of those numbers, the way the accounting requirements are, some of those you cannot spend. Like suppose for other funds, like water fund and parking funds, you have 70 million in fund balance or assets, but it's mostly because of the assets we buy and we put it like water mains and sewer lines. So we have to look at the thing called unrestricted balance. And that's why I'm waiting until we wrap up this general fund. But we expect right now, at the end of 2020, 17.1 million. And through March, we have around 3 million surplus. But again, we cannot take 3 million surplus as the right number because the property tax revenues are seasonal. So we have almost got close to 50% in property tax revenue, 43 or 45%. There will be dry months now, next 2 months, and then again after second installment. At the same time, we have much less in the cost side, expenses because of the overtime. The summer season is coming up, so the expenses related to other program and services. So yes, if we go by the like a March, and say, okay, look at that, we have 20 million. There won't be property tax revenues for at least 4 or 5 months, 5 or 6 months out of the year. And that's why the revenues or general fund surplus is higher, because we almost get the half of the property tax revenue, which is our biggest source.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to continue moving and allow other, but I do want to make get to something here. So currently, with the reserve fund, it's maybe not great to call it a reserve fund, because what you just indicated is that this fund balance shifts very regularly. So it's really more like a cash flow balance than a reserve fund.
No, I mean, the fund balance is affected by what? The simple things, I don't know whether the fund balance is our assets, so whatever we receivable, our cash, investment, and less liabilities, what we owe, in terms of bills, in terms of bills. That's kind of a fund balance, I mean, in simple terms. So yes, definitely it changes. We got more money in cash and the property tax revenue. Yes, our cash goes up, assets goes up. That means our fund balance goes up. But then there will be 3 months where we don't have the property tax money, but we still have to pay bills. We still have to have a payroll. We still have to have accounts payable and pay the vendors and services and contractors. And then suddenly it goes down. So we have what we call, it's like a seasonal thing, where we are at the high point in terms of fund balance or cash balance. And there are low points where we are kind of a lot less cash compared to the other months.
And so to that point, so it fluctuates. It's not a very clearly reserved fund. It might be more accurate to, as you said, to refer to the unrestricted dollars as the reserve fund, and maybe even it might be a good policy of the council to just create an actual reserve fund that is separate from our general fund balance and maintain a general fund balance that had enough money to do cash flow. If in the police department budget, currently there's an allocation for pensions, and we've heard from leadership both in the police department and from the city that, and from folks in public comment today, that those funds for pensions in the police department budget are kind of double counted. Is that correct?
I mean, it's not double counted. It is required under the accounting rules. So, meaning in the past years back, I remember we used to have a other special fund, and where we used to show this as an expense.
I'm sorry. If I can just interject, I want to quickly get through some of these questions.
So this is just like every other community does, yeah.
So, but it wouldn't be. It would be inaccurate to maybe say that's a part of the police department budget, right? That's right. So that's what I'm getting at.
You can say that, and I thought we had this discussion before, like that. Okay, it's not a police department operating expense. That's the pension expense. So we go into the revenue too, but at the same time, in our property tax general fund revenues, the revenues are there too. So, and the expenses are there too. So we have to make sure that, we count it the right way. And right now, under the accounting rules, yes, I cannot just say that, okay, we'll take it out of the expense and revenue. We have to report it like that.
And then last few questions. Currently, so it could be an actuarially sound thing to do to just move the 20 million that we this year that we've budgeted for property tax revenue that's going toward pensions and being dispersed to the various funds. It would be, we could take that $20 to $25 million out and put it in a separate fund, a pension fund, right?
I mean, we had to, that's what I said, that we used to have a special revenue fund years back. And since the change in the rules, now we are reporting like that as a police pension on police department and the fire pension on the fire. And the one more thing is why we ideally like to keep it, or again, it's subject to the discussion. In the past, you have seen that, like for debt service levy, we have funded out of our own fund balance. And where does it come from? Like a general fund, we have artificially lowered some of the tax levies in the past to kind of bring down the burden of the tax levy. And where does that money come from? Obviously, it comes from the general fund balance, whether you reduce the pension tax levy or whether you reduce the debt service tax levy.
Right.
I mean, it's required by us. So that's why sometimes, it makes sense to have those numbers in there.
But it could just as well be in another fund. And for example, we created reparations fund.
Mr. Mayor, I think I want to take a point of privilege here just in terms of where we're going with the conversation, ask for you to come back to the agenda. My point of information is twofold. First of all, we have 22 items that we have to get through this evening, Councilmember Reed. I think there's enough support to move this forward as I look and read SP3. I think you have enough support to move it forward. Where we're getting lost in the details, we don't have enough information to balance the budget this evening, and I understand your train of thought, and I'm trying to follow it, flipping back and forth between the revenue expenses that we see in this document, but now we're talking about trying to balance and vote on something that is not an agenda item. So I think, Mr. Mayor, if we can come back to item SP3, and out of respect for the other 22 items that we still have to discuss,
so let's ask Councilmember Reed what his intention is here.
If I may wrap up in 2 minutes, and I'm going to use a visual aid, so this is very clear. Some young folks made this. So where we are is, what was said is that we would have a general fund. Let's see. This is where we were. So $1.2 million is what was presented, is that our deficit. This is what was presented as the current general fund balance. And we were told that there would be a huge issue, sorry, Alderman Fleming for putting this in front of your head, that we'd have a huge issue if we had the $1.2 million, which would be this mark, taken out. But what we heard from the director is, well, aquatics camp, gone. So, we're still we're inching closer to this general fund balance mark. Then we hear that, well, if you take off, folks who are not Evanston residents, that's another $200,000 gone. So we're closer again or it's not $1.2 million. That was gone. Then it became $1 million. That was gone. Now it's at $800,000. If you take out folks now who are not Evanston residents, or if you only take out the money for Evanston residents, or you keep that in, then we have $600,000 roughly that we are behind. And so $600,000, that's an issue. But the issue was raised because the general fund balance was at $15.2 million. What we just heard from Director Desai is that general fund balance is actually way higher. It actually may be $20 million. It's not 15.2. It's 17, 18, maybe even $20 million. What we also know is that we want to keep a general fund reserve balance of about 16.6%, 16.66%. What we know is that based on what the general fund expenditures are, we are, one, because the actual general fund balance is over here, we're already there. But also, even further, that we already are where we need to be as far as general fund balance. If we were to take out pension expenditures and other expenditures from the general fund, as is done in other communities, that our actual reserve balance, our goal, wouldn't be almost 19 million. It would actually be a bit lower than it is. So not only was it not $1.2 million in lost revenue as it was originally reported, it's only about 600,000. Not only was our general fund balance not at $15.2 million, it was actually far higher, but even our reserve balance could be lower. And so what I'm saying here is that adopting this today, ending what I will say, the very clearly racist and classist process of collecting revenue for access to the beach. What we heard earlier is that people pay for the value. This was what I heard from some folks who spoke who wanted us to slow this down. People pay for the value for the beach. Well, we don't charge for access to any other place. So what they're paying for is exclusivity. What they're paying for is to keep Evanston residents who can't afford to frequent our beaches out. And we don't charge for access to any other public space. If someone who was on this council and voted for Alderman Fleming's courageous bill to end structural racism can point to a single practice in our city government that is as clearly racist and exclusionary and classist as charging for access to a public space, let's take that issue up now. But if you can't point to something, we need to end this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to... Is that better? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councilmember Reed for highlighting this issue and allowing us to have this discussion sooner rather than later. I join Councilmember Reed in the sentiment that beach tokens are racist. Asking somebody to stand in line and prove their financial dire straits to qualify for a free token is humiliating. I believe that access to our community's most valuable natural resource should be available to all Evanston residents, no matter how much money you make, for a variety of reasons. Having said that, I'm mindful of the economic constraints that we are under and the unintended potential consequences of making a change, not only on our budget, but if we're trying to make up money, something else is going to have to be cut, and who's going to be hurt if we cut another program. I'm also committed to transparency and engagement. And we didn't have a chance to talk about reciprocal agreements that we have with the Skokie Park District, which are tied up in our beach arrangements, and Evanston residents access at a reduced rate to Skokie pools. And so there's a whole host of factors that we haven't had enough time to consider. But because beach tokens are racist, and I want to move forward in allowing free access to Evanston residents. I'd like to offer a substitute motion that will allow us to make progress on this issue in 2021 with a clear direction that we go in 2022 to free access to all Evanston residents to all Evanston beaches. This builds on a program that we currently have in place, so it's not that much different. Currently, we offer free access to Evanston residents to Clark Street Beach on Mondays in July and August, and that's only Evanston residents. I propose as a substitute motion that we direct staff to offer Evanston residents free access to all Evanston beaches on Mondays and Sundays for the duration of the summer of 2021, not just July and August, and to develop a budget and procedures to allow Evanston residents free access to all beaches every day for the summer of 2022 and onward.
Second.
So Councilmember Nusma has offered a substitute motion. Councilmember Nguyen has seconded. Councilmember Fleming, your light's been on for a very long time. Do you still want to speak?
Well, I wanted to speak to the first thing, but now there's a motion and a second, so I guess we have to take care of that. I don't need to speak to Mr. Nusma's motion.
Okay. Then we'll have Councilmember Reed first and Kelly second.
I will say that, half measures to end a practice, again, if no one here can point to a practice that we know more definitively is racist, has a classist impact, and the fact that this, as I just demonstrated, will not have the budget implications that were put forward in the memo, I think it is imperative that we support this now. And if we want to find additional revenue to support funding our Evanston beaches, unlike we do for any other public space, I'm almost inclined. I went on Amazon and I looked up how much it costs to, or how much a Confederate flag towel cost. I would almost rather sell Confederate flag towels at $20 a pop to raise the revenue to solve this than to charge Evanston residents for access to the lakefront. This is a ridiculous policy, and it should end now.
Councilmember Kelly.
So to respond to Councilperson Newsmu's proposal, I adamantly oppose to that. I think that that's very similar to relegating certain people to a free beach, as was done in the past. And I don't think you have to think too hard about what that impact will be, what that will look like. I oppose that. I think the funding is there. I think the timing is right. The timing right now really merits that we act with special consideration and effort to find it. Look, we increased funding for the Pooch Park, for the boat storage ramp. And, I had an email exchange with Mr. Desai about why there was this about $700,000 in extra money just, left in the fleet service, and why that wasn't returned to the general fund at the end of last year. And his response was, well, we're just going to see how things play out, and in the fall, maybe we'll return it. The funding is there. We can do this. And if we don't do it, it's really just about stall tactics at this point. And City Manager Storley, you did tell me that staff is ready to implement this immediately, correct? You wrote to me and said you are ready and prepared to do this immediately, that this can be done. And also, City Manager Storley, I think, offered a wonderful idea also, that those who have already purchased passes may have the option to donate it towards certain funds, whether it be reparations or other funds, that this could go towards funds, and many people may opt to do that. We can also offer the option of people donating to our beaches to preserve our beaches. This is entirely possible financially. I'm going to absolutely fight that our taxes do not increase this year, and I say this with an eye on fiscal accountability and responsibility. We can do this financially. Not to do this now begs the question what we're really doing. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the substitute motion?
Oh, may I?
Of course.
Sorry, one more thing.
Sure.
And in terms of the ARPA money also, some of that is clearly designated for mental health and well-being. I think, and Alderperson Newsma, you pointed that out. I think that maybe we can also even consider some of that funding to go towards making our beach accessible for the sake of mental well-being and the health of our residents, particularly those who have been hit the hardest in our lowest income population in Evanston. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to add that, because there's sometimes I get a sense that people are saying this wasn't done with kind of an eye towards the budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was an eye towards the budget, because this is a year that as far as this motion states, that we have surplus funds. And so, I haven't seen anything conclusive today that shows me that if we did do this again for a season, this is not permanent. This is just for this season. I have not seen any conclusive evidence that suggests that it would drop us under the 16.6% of the general fund for our reserve fund. I just have not seen it. And so the reason why, the presentation by Councilmember Reed is important is because there's been a lot of numbers shared with us through email, and numbers are scary, right? These numbers get tossed around, and people think the budget is in a place that it's not, and the numbers matter. We should not be making decisions based on hypotheticals and speculations of, dangerous and out of control things happening. We really should be making decisions based on the realities of both our budget, but also the operational difficulties. And so I guess one question that I have for Director Hemingway is, we know in terms of more functionally to refund the online tokens, that we know from reviewing the budget through email that, reviewing the contract with Vipley, who's providing our online beach token sales, that we can, at no cost, other than what we've already remitted to them, that we can refund the online amounts at no additional cost. And I think that's maybe 2,500, 2,700 beach tokens were purchased online, and then there's an additional 4,000 that were purchased in person, I would imagine. And so, a point that one of the council members brought up, Councilmember Reed, is that, we say that staff time is going to be taken up kind of fulfilling those refunds, but wouldn't they otherwise be fulfilling the purchases, right? Because this season isn't over, it's just beginning. So that same staff that's in our Parks and Recreational Department they would either need to fulfill the ongoing practice this season of selling beach tokens, or they could use some of that staff time, which again, we haven't been presented with any staff time to fulfilling these selling of beach tokens. But in theory, they could kind of shift some of those hours. Instead of selling beach tokens, they could be refunding them. So I just want to make sure I'm looking at this in the correct manner.
Councilmember Burns, I think I appreciate that perspective, but for operationally, depending on where an individual is to purchase it, so a lot of our token sales come from the lakefront. When the beach office, now that the beach office is open, we're about to open, right? So when we first go on sale a month ago, the beach office wasn't open. It was in the community centers. And so now that we're got the beach office sale, so can I add, if they're not selling tokens, that's not all they do. They are customer service reps dealing with everything that comes in front of them. And so sure, if someone showed up to buy a token, that's one of their services they have to buy. I don't, it's a very broad scope of work that those clerks on the front line are dealing with. It could be questions about, anything. I mean, I've witnessed someone walk in and ask a question about parking. You understand what I'm saying? And so they're there to provide customer service at the beach offices. The folks in the building are dealing with, we're in peak season, right? Whether it's camp, as the guidelines have changed, we've upped enrollments, right? So we are processing enrollments and things of that for camp and summer programs. That, so sure, to answer your question, but it's not cut and dry or that simple.
I'm just, because what we know right now is that since the season hasn't opened, nobody has been purchasing beach tokens at the beach. This is all, they're coming, I don't know if the Parks and Rec department here is open or they're going to satellite locations throughout the city.
Beach office has been open for the past week.
And that's in this building, correct?
No, the beach office is Dempster Street beach office.
And so I'm simply talking about how to, if we do move forward with this motion, how to refund those 4,000. Again, those same people who went in to make the purchase could go to those same offices and be refunded. And they're staffed. We know they're staffed because they have to, in addition to the other responsibilities that you name, which I'm sensitive to, we still know moving forward, people would still walk into those same places and purchase beach tokens. But with this motion, they wouldn't be doing that at all, not at the lakefront nor at these offices. To a certain extent, they would if we go forward with non-residents paying. But, I'm not saying that there will be an overwhelming added responsibility or added hours to fulfill the refunds is what I'm saying.
Well, if 4,000 people, the 4,000 token, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir. The 4,000 tokens that have been sold, the hard tokens, folks got to come back so that you understand. All you fill out is your name and your address and the number of tokens, right? And that paper is part of a batch that we use to balance our books and all of that at the end of the night. So now what we're going to do is say, hey, those of you who've purchased these 4,000 tokens, come back at your convenience, I guess, or some point, right? The point, I guess, is who knows what that is? If everybody want their refunds right away, and I got a line, I'm trying to process camps, I'm checking kids in, there's just a plethora of other daily activities to address your point. And it's not as simple as me giving someone a sheet and processing refunds. It's not that simple.
Thank you. So just, again, in the interest of transparency, there are 4 members currently seeking recognition, 2 who have not yet spoken on the substitute motion, who I'll call on first, and then 2 who have. And I'm mindful of Councilmember Braithwaite's point. There's a long agenda ahead of us, so I'm going to start to be a little bit more stringent when it comes to time limits. Councilmember Fleming.
Again, I was wanting to speak to the original motion, but then Councilmember Burns got into something else. So if we're still on, are we still on the substitute motion?
Yes, should be.
Okay, so I'm ready to vote for that, and then I can say my comments to the original motion so we can move on.
Okay, Councilmember Braithwaite was next, and then, Braithwaite's next.
There are just a couple of pieces of information, Erica, that would be helpful for me to come closer to making a decision. I am in support of moving forward to the beach access, but we're talking about $1 million gap in our budget. We're attempting to do what we do during budget season, which I'm having a difficult time making that leap. And so, Erica, just to put this into context, I think it's clear what we're supposed to be voting on, which is moving it to Human Services, which I believe would give staff the opportunity to come back with options. That's my point of information. That's how I read it. What was sent out to the public, it says approval of this resolution authorizing the staff to discontinue the sales of the beach tokens, refund the payments. Staff recommends to the committee so that funding can be developed to allow this to happen, is what I'm reading, is that we don't sell it anymore. And then the big piece is there's no funding source at this time for the pilot program. So there's nothing in place.
So can I just clarify?
And then the last piece, 1 second, is that it should go to Human Services. Am I reading this correct? And
So let me clarify what's the first motion that was made by Councilmember Reed was to, if that motion passes tonight, then beach access will be free for the summer of 2021. There had been some recommendations from staff to, instead of doing that, send this to Human Services, but that's not the motion that was on the table. Then Councilmember Newsman made a substitute motion that said, let's make beach access free Sundays and Mondays in the summer of 21, and plan to make it free 7 days a week in the summer of 2022, and spend the time between now and when we would pass that budget figuring out how to solve the fiscal problem that might create. I don't think anyone tonight has proposed to kick anything to Human Services, though that was mentioned in some documents sent over by staff at some point.
So there are two different implications with the one that we're voting on. I'm clear on that in terms of it doesn't have a budget impact. The one that's on the SP3 does have a budget impact. So my simple question is a point of information to our city manager is approximately how much time would you need in order to come up with options? Councilman Reed, for this to work, we just need to identify a way to fund it. I think the support is there to make it happen. And my simple question, are we looking at 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, to at least come back with options that make sense to our budget that I can read and explain to my residents who are in support of it? That's what I'm looking for. And then the second question to both the options that are on the floor is, again, just as a point of clarification, I think this meeting, this conversation was great. I've heard more from residents on this topic than I have in 10 years. But the other thing that I heard last year was there was a competition for who utilizes our beach versus residents versus non-residents. And I'm just a little bit unclear with the proposal. What are we going to do about the non-residents and how are they treated as it relates to our new open access? So do we now have enforcement, Director Hemingway? Are we now going to be inviting police to this conversation in terms of who has access? So those are the two critical pieces that I would like to understand prior to going into both of these votes. And I think that's a real fair question to ask, the implication of budget-wise, and then access limitation if it's everyone, and then enforcement piece depending on how we move forward. Thank you, sir.
Can I answer that one, Lawrence? All right, so just big picture, zooming out. This is a council purview discussion and decision. The implication of it to our budget is been explained this evening. We have the option to forego the revenue. That is what's clear. We know that we are essentially going to be, if there's no funding source in place, we would end the budget year with less revenue and it would just draw down the reserve. That is a simple fact. Whatever that number is, it would just draw down the reserve because there is no surplus that we're working with here. You know, somebody brought up the police and fire pensions. You know, earlier tonight I was just looking at our unfunded pension liability. You know, it's $250 million just for police, $186 million just for fire. That's real numbers. So what we're talking about here is simply a rounding error in the grand scheme of all of the debts that the city currently holds, in addition to our debt service fund, which funds all of our capital projects. When we pay for capital projects, we don't put any cash towards them. We borrow all the money every year. That's a practice that, as your city manager, I would recommend we don't do. Many communities put 100% cash towards their capital projects, and they don't borrow any money. And then they don't have to have a debt service fund. Some communities choose to do 50% cash and 50% bonds. This potential budget committee that's been recommended may look at options for is how we might move forward on a plan to spend some portion of our general fund dollars on capital and some amount of money from debt. We're getting off topic though. Like, big picture, the city has many liabilities that we are responsible for paying, many of which, pension funds included, are hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is just a policy discussion for the council. We can figure out a way to come up with $1 million, but it will draw down our fund balance, and we will incur, we will not be able to spend that money on anything else. We will not be able to pay down pensions. We will not be able to pay down debt. It is simply a policy discussion for the council. So the substitute motion that was presented has a budget impact. That's, a few extra days each week that we will not be collecting revenue for. I think it's manageable. We would figure that out. If the council decides to go with that, we'll figure it out. If the council decides to go with the existing first motion that was put forward, like I said, probably draw down reserves. When we go to the budget process this fall, we'll talk about ways that we would fund this in future years. Staff would present options. With this coming out 2 weeks ago, we did not have time to put all that together, and beaches are opening Saturday, so we do need a decision about what we're going to do tonight. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Is the Corporation Council light on? Is that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted a point of clarification from Councilmember Newsma about his motion, because I've heard it referred to as a substitute motion several times. And if it's a motion to amend the current motion, then it's fine. But if it is an entirely new motion, then it would be out of order. And I'd be worried that the council has spent a lot of time debating it if it would be out of order. So I just want to clarify for the record that it's a motion to amend.
Isn't it? To me, it looks like a substitute motion pursuant to Rule 18.8.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Motion substitute.
Thank you.
It is in order. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Kelly.
I just wanted to remind everyone that this is a pilot program, and it'll be wonderful to have that data in the fall to be able to really assess the program, to go forward with one that is closer to exactly what we want. And I also want to remind everyone that we're coming out of COVID, and that Evanstonians did a phenomenal job of wearing masks, and what a wonderful way to reward that in that stressful year and a half that we've been through of the pandemic, by saying enjoy the beach. And thirdly, I want to say that in my ward, overwhelmingly, I'm hearing from overwhelmingly that most people are supporting, by and large, free access. And additionally, I've heard from many that they would, why don't we have a program where people can donate for beach access? Like, let's open that up.
We do.
Okay, well then let's just make that as part of this, and easily, or on the when you go to the beach that day or something, because now everyone's aware of this discussion about beach access, so that it goes towards supporting free beach access. So I just want to say, in terms of, a whole of $1 million, not necessarily. We could have donations. We can also look at the ARPA money. It doesn't mean necessarily that there's any substantial loss to our general fund.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed.
Okay, I just want to make 2 points. One to Councilmember Kelly's point there. Yes, we do have beach tokens that folks can donate, but as it's structured now, those contributions aren't tax deductible, because you cannot make an itemized deduction for something that you're paying, that you would be normally paying access to, and that you receive benefit from. So if we made the beaches free, and we made this a fund just for like a Friends of the Beaches to pay for beach operations, or Friends of the Parks that we just let folks donate, it would actually be a tax deductible contribution, and that would shift some of that burden from Evanston residents to the federal government. I will also note, I think we need to really look at this differently. Many of us have been here for a while. We know that property taxes only bring in $30 million a year. We have a $300 million budget. So the idea that we should be using our public spaces as an economic tool, the idea that Evanstonians alone cover beach operations isn't truly realistic. And if we can get more folks coming into our city and not living here and not drawing down on the resources, but spending their tax dollars here, spending their sales tax dollars here, that's a good thing, especially with our beach so close to our downtown. And the biggest thing here as we're moving forward with this particular vote on the substitute motion, I think what is clear, or what has been demonstrated today, is that it's not $1 million foregoing of revenue. It's not 800,000. It's likely somewhere around $500,000 to $600,000 that we would be foregoing. And again, we could see this generated in sales tax and other things by making our lakefront a place that people desire and that people want to go to. So I hope that on the substitute motion, my colleagues will vote no. 150 years ago, it was 3/5. Now it's 2/7.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I call the question. Let's just.
So actually, no one else is seeking recognition. So the motion before us is the substitute motion for free beach access on Sundays and Mondays, and the direction to staff to develop a budget and procedures to allow free beach access every day in the summer of 22. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
On a vote of 5-4, the substitute motion carries. I'd like to request guidance from the Corporation Council, and the clerk as well, if you're willing. My reading of Rule 18.8 is that unlike an amendment, the motion is now passed and no further action is required. But I just want confirmation of that before we move forward.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor.
Are you comfortable with that, clerk? Councilmember Fleming is seeking recognition.
Yeah, so I'm a little not confused necessarily, but I had several thoughts I had on the topic that I never got to address because I was trying to be patient and follow the rules and So if I may address them now, even though they're a little bit null and void. One thing is, if we are going to have substitute motions, which is everyone's right to do, if we would make sure that other people have a chance to have a conversation on the first motion so that I'm not left to the end when my, points don't matter anymore. So maybe if we could try to just be so kind to not call a substitute motion until everyone's had a chance to talk on the first motion, because these kind of things happen. But if I can just speak to the first motion, even though it's gone, I had some things I wanted to respond to the public if they're still watching. So one is there's a couple things. I got several calls from Parks and Rec Board about their concerns, which some were addressed. And so just if we can, I wasn't at the meeting, Mr. Hemingway, but if we can be sure staff is delivering as close to the correct information so that we don't get our public bodies who are volunteers kind of riled up about things that, aren't necessarily, I think there was some information that was presented that wasn't necessarily, things were changing. So anyway, citizens were upset. They called me. I was happy to take their phone call, but I think we have to make sure our boards and commissions are presented with the correct information. I'll say that. Two, with this new motion, and I was going to bring this up before as well, South Boulevard used to be free. We talked about this several years ago. I don't know why it's no longer on the free list. This new motion will alleviate that, but as we talked about beach access, I think we have to also think geographically, and it had been Clark Street Beach was in the middle of town. South Evanstonians, didn't have free access to beaches, so now that'll be remedied in this part. I will say that I was going to remind us that some people last year voted for $600,000 for trees, which I so kindly voted against because at the same time we were running a food pantry with 500 people a week. And I made the argument that we have to start prioritizing people over trees and all kind of other things that we do. So hopefully as this moves forward and as we look into next year's budgeting, we can still be mindful that a lot of people still need a lot of help in the city, and we have to balance that against all the other maybe environmental or whatever tangible things we're talking about. And then also to Mr. Hemingway, if you can give me an update on where we are with ADA access to the beach. It is, as we talk about access by race and class, I will say that ADA access is pretty limited. Is that still accurate? I know we have those planks, but they only take you so far.
We have newer ADA ramps to access. But those are what we use to satisfy our ADA compliant for folks in wheelchairs specifically.
And do we have them at every beach now?
Yes.
Okay. So last I checked, and I will say I don't go to the beach, but I went with someone in a wheelchair, and she could only get so far. Mm-hmm. She could not get to the water. So that is still something we need to work through as a city if we're talking about everyone having access. If you are not mobile on two legs, it is difficult for you to get to the water unless someone can literally carry your wheelchair there. So be mindful. And we don't need a debate about this, but just go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. It's not a debate. It's just from our maintenance, on behalf of our maintenance guys. I know part of what happens is, if there's a storm event, those ramps get beat up, get moved, get pushed. There's always an issue with them to the water. So they take them as, close with trying to protect the asset without putting it in the water when, because no one's
I get that, but there's got to be a way of which we can, if we're having access for all.
Sure.
Some people need, additional access. And then I think my last point I want to bring up just in general in this community, which is something that bugs me. We always equate cost with African American people or Latino people. I hate the term black and brown, but I will say, so we talk a lot in this community of if we want to diversify spaces, we have to make them free or no cost. And that I just would like us to realize that comes from a very deficit model and the assumption that everybody black in town is poor. And I will tell you, as a black person who's fifth resident, I can afford plenty of beach tokens. I don't buy any because I hate the beach. It's not because it's all white. I am married to a white man. I can go in white spaces. I have comfort there that other people don't have, but I don't like the beach. And so if you want me to come to the beach, it's not about making the beach free. And so I think I want to challenge all of us, even people, and I think Carla probably did the best conversation of this, but I want us to be racially, equitable and all those kind of things, but we can't keep talking about we have to make things free if we want black people to attend. We are multifaceted people, and we don't always attend spaces not based on cost. And so I think we really have to be mindful about the way in which we throw out these terminologies about diversifying spaces. Well, let's make them free. Again, I'm all for the beach being free. Thank you for bringing that conversation up. But just because the beach is free, I don't want to hear people then next year saying, well, black people didn't come. And I'm serious because I have lived here my whole life, and this is what we do. We said, well, the black people didn't come. It was free. And so what do we, no hope for them. So I think we have to be mindful as a council, as we're making these decisions, that people are calling us, that we are challenging people on that it's not always about cost, why black people or Latino people don't do anything. And so that's a real pain in my ass that I'm going to keep pushing you guys on because I think we do it. I think the community does it. And Allie, I didn't catch your entire point, but I will say I'm not sure what role you played in it, but I did push Mr. Hemingway in my first year here about people bringing their poverty papers all over America to show that they're still poor. And we did. He worked with the district. I will say that when Dr. Gorham was here, to get the data sharing piece in so we can send the letter over to people to say if you get free reduced lunch, you can also get free beach tokens. So that was an improvement. It's not where we need to be. But as we're making these decisions, we as a council have to be mindful of the way in which we put the narrative out there and what we're saying about people and their practices. People don't have to go to the beach. If we make it free next year, people might not come, and that is their prerogative, and they have choice. And we should not then be making policy decisions based on how many black people came to the free beach, and then we're going to make a bus to get them in the Fifth Ward and all kind of crazy nonsense. So let's just please be mindful of that stereotype that we put into our community.
Thank you. And then just briefly before the next item, Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I just briefly want to say I would love if someone who voted on the prevailing side would reconsider this just to change the days from Sunday and Monday. I think those days, I was unaware that of all things, unaware of the rule that if we did the substitute, that it would be over and that there'd be no further discussion on it. And, Sunday, Monday, why not, Saturday and Monday, or why not Friday? Why Sunday instead of a day? Friday and Saturday are more leisurely days. So if we're going to take this small step, let's take it in a big way.
I would be happy to, I'm not sure what the procedure is here, but reconsider and make an amendment, or at least allow discussion.
And just one thing I forgot. Are we still operating under the COVID spacing guidelines at the beach? Because I know last year that was a thing with people who bought tokens who were mad they couldn't get on the beach because of spacing. So are we out of the spacing realm?
No, not completely.
Okay.
So we still have some limitations, although our capacities we have increased based on the new guidelines.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
My read of the rules, and I have to say I find this to be one of the strangest rules we have, is that a motion to reconsider is only in order on the same day for certain types of things, and this would not be one of those. And so the motion to reconsider would only be in order at our next meeting.
I would love to suspend the rules then. If we have unanimous support for that, we can suspend the rules and reconsider today. And again, we're taking a small step, but let's take the biggest small step that we can take. That we add a more desirable day other than just Sunday and Monday. We pick a Friday or Saturday, a day that people, tend to enjoy public spaces and outdoor. Or just 2 days. It's fine. We can keep it as 2 days, but just pick a day that's more desirable than Sunday and Monday. At least one of them.
I think someone would have to first move to suspend the rules. Is that correct?
Yes, I move to suspend the rules.
All right, so
Second.
Councilmember Reed
allow for reconsideration.
moves to suspend the rules to enable a reconsideration of the
I can
substitute motion.
I will second that.
Councilmember Fleming seconds. I got to check. Do these require
Unanimous.
9 votes, or just do we have to wait for Councilmember Nguyen to return to the room? Yeah, so we'll wait. And then explain it to her when she arrives. Oh, and it's Councilmember Barreto. All right, so here's the situation. Councilmember Reed would like us to revisit what was just done to replace Sunday with Saturday. So the free days would be Friday and Saturday. Doing that requires someone on the prevailing side filing a motion to reconsider. However, doing that today, as opposed to at our next meeting, requires a suspension of the rules because motions to reconsider for an item like this are not in order right now. So the motion before us, which was made by Councilmember Reed and seconded by Councilmember Fleming, is to suspend the rules to enable a motion to reconsider. And so is there any discussion on that motion? Councilmember.
I will just note that Councilmember Newsom, I don't know if you heard it, but was supportive, I think, of the reconsideration. So just for the record. And just to clarify, this I don't believe is unanimous. It's not unanimous. It's a standard 2/3. Correct, Councilman?
That's correct.
For the rule suspension?
Rule suspension for anything else other than to pass an ordinance in the same meeting is only 2/3. If you wanted to pass an ordinance in the same meeting, it requires unanimous consent.
Got it. So just to be clear, we're going to take a vote on this motion to suspend the rules. If it gets 6 votes, it passes. If it passes, then a motion to reconsider would be in order. That motion would also require 6 votes, but we're not one step at a time. Will the clerk please call the roll on?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to step out. Is the suggestion to change it from Monday and Sunday to Monday and Saturday?
What were the 2 days, Councilmember Reed?
I'm, just either like a Friday or a Saturday and then a Monday, just something that's more desirable than a Sunday, Monday. I think, a nice Saturday and Monday then. Let's go with that.
So that's the proposal. So go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just so that the council knows, and it was stated earlier, Mondays are currently free at Clark Street, and that's why Monday, the community is already used to Mondays. So Monday, and if it's Friday or Saturday, we can work with that.
Yeah, Saturday, Monday, all over the city.
I think Saturday makes more sense because you have all day if you're not working 9 to 5 on a weekday.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Braithwaite.
On a vote of 9-0, the motion passes and the rules are suspended. Therefore, a motion to reconsider the previous motion would be in order.
I'll make that motion. I will move to revise the previous motion from Monday, Sunday to Monday, Saturday.
That's not in order, right?
Correct. The motion to reconsider is to basically reconsider the vote of the substituted motion, and then another motion to actually amend the substituted motion must be made.
Yes, you just want to say I move to reconsider the substitute motion.
I move to reconsider the substitute motion.
Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Discussion, Councilmember Kelly.
Can I amend the motion at this point or no?
At this time,
No,
there's just the motion to reconsider. If it
Okay,
passes,
just
then
motion.
we'll be back
Okay.
where we were before.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Braithwaite.
On a vote of 9-0, the motion passes, and we've now reconsidered. We've reconsidered the substitute motion. Does anyone seek recognition?
So I will move.
But Councilmember Reed. Oh, all right. So Councilmember Newsma.
So if I'm understanding correctly, I'm making a new motion.
This would be a new substitute motion.
new
So we're back
sub- new
exactly where we
substitute
were
motion.
right before you made the first substitute
Right, to
motion.
direct staff to offer residents, Evanston residents, free access to all Evanston beaches on Mondays and Saturdays for the duration of the summer of 2021, and to develop a budget and procedures to allow Evanston residents free access to all beaches every day for the summer of 2022.
Is seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Kelly.
Now, I'd like to amend the motion.
I would imagine that's in order.
Okay, to
But we-
expand it to 3 days.
Is there a second? Oh, which 3 days?
Okay, what days are we on now? The
We're
two?
on Saturday and Monday.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there any discussion?
I would like to hear Director Hemingway's thoughts on how far we can push this envelope.
Councilmember, you said Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I'm confused. I just
Yeah,
trying-
and so yes, since Monday's already a day, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so there'll be four free days.
I thought it was Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Well, but wasn't Monday already, I mean,
Just at Clark Street.
So
my motion, my revised substitute motion was for Mondays and Saturdays.
So
For all beaches.
for all beaches. So now what currently exists is Clark Street Beach has been our free beach for years on Mondays. Now we have expanded that to all the beaches, and then the original motion was to add Saturdays, all the beaches. Not to revisit previous discussion, but, my job is to make sure again, I'm not against free beaches, but I am still responsible for that $1 million that is in the budget that was adopted by this body. And so if we continue to, at some point, that revenue line item still exists for us as a department. And so all I'm saying is, I think the Monday and Saturday, which is a weekend, a busy day, I heard Clerk Reed mention that. We could live with that. We can operate with that, those 2 days. At what point, if you continue to go, we still have that hole in the budget. So those are my comments.
Are there further discussion on Councilmember Kelly's amendment to the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember.
Great point. We're voting on on the floor is the substitute motion, which is Monday, Saturday, and then Councilmember Kelly has voted to amend that by adding in Sunday. That's what we're about to vote on. So if you vote yes, then we're talking Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If you vote no, we're talking Saturday, Monday. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
On a vote of 8-1, the amendment passes, and the substitute motion now reads that Saturday, Sunday, and Monday would all be free. Is there any discussion on the amended substitute motion?
I call the question.
No, don't do that because then we have to vote.
I'm sorry. All right. Well, then we're ready to vote. Sorry.
The corporation, no. All right. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Aye. Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel? Aye. Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
On a vote of 9-0, the amended substitute motion passes. This brings us to item SP4. Does anyone seek to make a motion on SP4?
I would like to move SP4, a proposal to create hazard pay for Evanston's essential workers that work in large grocery retailers.
Is there a second to to the motion just made?
Second.
Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there discussion?
I'm just here to answer questions if there is discussion.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, I have a few questions on this. I think thank you, Council Cummings. Myself and a number of my colleagues had the opportunity to sit down with you and Attorney Brian George and discuss this policy, and you two were extremely helpful in this manner in getting it to where it is today. One of the big questions is about the retroactive nature of this bill. So do you feel confident that we can implement this retroactively?
Members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor, City Manager Storley, Clerk Mendoza, Nicholas Cummings, Corporation Counsel, we did not find any barriers or any permission to allow for the application of the ordinance retroactively. Although it could be challenged, I did not find anything that said that the City Council could not do that.
Councilmember Burns.
I was looking forward to hearing from our business community. For me, fundamentally, the question is, are essential workers employed to companies, essential companies with over 500 employees, are they deserving folks who work during very dangerous and uncertain and hazardous times, are they deserving of hazard pay? And it's interesting because when you read, I think I read in the COVID relief part of the packet, it talked about how COVID, where everybody, kind of receded to their homes and, wore masks everywhere. But there was a group of people in this community that, in fact, had to go towards danger, had to go towards a hazard. And so the question for me, again, fundamentally is, are they deserving of hazard pay? When I overlay on top of that the fact that, there's some research institutes, Brookings Institute is one that says that, that grocers have seen, in particular, have seen record profits during COVID. It suggests to me that this may not be unduly burdensome, which is why I would have loved to hear from the business community, not just that they don't want to do this or that what they've already done, but if they operated a net loss during the stay-at-home order, I would have loved to hear about that. If they underperformed in any way, I would have loved to hear about that, because I know although these are big companies, their outcomes are site-specific. So I would have loved to hear more about outcomes, financial outcomes for them. And also when I overlay on top of this the fact that there are grocers around the country who have decided to provide hazard pay to their employees without being required to do so, it also strikes me that this is a proposal worth considering. And, premium pay is going to be a conversation that this council has for our kind of city employees. And, if we come together as a council and decide that they should be afforded premium pay, again, it strikes me that this wouldn't be out the box to also require that our private companies who have employees over 500 should do the same. So those are just a few comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Wynn.
I have a couple questions. I received, and I believe all of the rest of the council received, letters from Valley Produce that explained that they had paid hazard pay and the things that they had done for their employees. My understanding is Target, we all received a letter from Target saying that they had paid hazard pay. They had paid 6 bonuses of $200. All of their employees were vaccinated, that they are paying $19 an hour now, and that if you work 28 hours, you are considered eligible for full medical benefits and 401k. So I think in a number of instances, employers that we have here in Evanston have been paying hazard pay and are critical. And our downtown Target store, which is now an anchor for our downtown, given all of the other stores that have had to close, of the employees there, more than 60% are Evanston residents. So my question is, we have heard from the business community. We've heard from Valley Produce, who transformed a dead shopping center at Dempster and Dodge and has really made it thrive. We've heard from them. We've heard from Target, who we worked for years to get to come to our downtown. And their store on Howard Street, I don't have the numbers there, but the same employees there received, and everyone was vaccinated on site. The information I've received from Annie Coakley indicates that Target did pay hazard pay and has continued to pay bonuses and now is paying $19 an hour. These are, they may be big box stores in an abstract way, but they are critical members of our business community. And a concern that I have is that we are applying this specifically just to Evanston businesses when we are a small player in the big economic picture of Cook County and the state of Illinois. I would question whether the Councilmember Reed has reached out to our state legislators about getting something like this passed in throughout Illinois, because if we impose this extra cost on Evanston businesses, then we put them at a disadvantage with respect to their business operations and other places. And we need to bring them into the conversation more. We have heard from some of them, but I am very concerned about that. We worked so hard to bring Valley Produce in, so hard. We worked so hard to bring Target in. Do I like shopping at big boxes? Not always, but I will tell you Valley Produce has the best produce in Evanston. I think we just can't keep bashing them. We need to have them be part of the conversation because we need to have them continue to be here in Evanston. We can't survive simply on small mom and pop businesses, retail businesses. We need the large anchors to draw people in. And if you look at our sales tax revenue from the Howard Hartree Center, it frequently outstripped the rest of Evanston for year after year after year. So attacking the hand that puts sales tax revenue into our budget is not a good idea. We need to work with them. And the other question I have is, so what happens if they did pay hazard pay? What are we doing to Target and Valley? Because they did go to the expense of hazard pay, bonuses, increasing their hourly salaries. So we're going to add this on extra to what they've already done for their employees? What do we do about that?
Can I speak to the?
Because then you're going to have to calculate. I'd like to hold on to the floor for a little bit. Then we're going to have to calculate. Do we calculate individually with each business what they paid or didn't pay, or is this going to be a flat layer so that we penalize? We add this extra expense on all of the big box employers, whether or not they paid hazard pay. How fair is that? To the employers who did step up and recognize that their employees were at much greater risk. We have suffered so badly, like every community during COVID, from an economic standpoint. We have to look business friendly. And I am not someone who, if you know my record, I am not willing to accept every business or every large development. But we at least need to show businesses that we will not penalize them without bringing them into a discussion if we are going to recover economically. It's easy to make speeches about all of this, but you have to face the reality of we need to fill our storefronts and we need to have jobs for Evanstonians. These businesses employ Evanstonians, and if we can't get them to come here, where do the jobs come from? How do we revive our downtown? So I have a lot of questions about this. And Nick, I want to see your research on how it is legal to have retroactive pay because, my legal training says to me, no, it's not. But I'd really like to see that. Not now, and I don't question your research, but I really want to see it, how it passes constitutional muster, because I can think of a lot of different ways that it doesn't. And then I also think that I want to know what's happened in the other states and communities that have imposed this. My understanding is litigation has already started in those other communities. And I don't want to invite litigation.
So if I may address some of those questions, and although our office prepared the memo and adopted the draft that was provided by Councilmember Reed, I can address some of the other questions, but I don't want to take away any of his, sort of thunder. So with respect to the what's happened in other communities, the vast majority of these sorts of ordinances have come out of California and Oregon on the West Coast. And to answer your question with respect to whether we're allowed to do this, there isn't a whole lot of authority either in Illinois or nationwide because that question is being litigated. So in California, there has not been a definitive answer with respect to retroactive. I apologize. There was one county, it was South San Francisco, is that it was litigated, and that case succeeded. It was the one case.
But
in South San
So
Francisco, California.
The plaintiffs were the businesses, and they challenged the ordinance, and they succeeded.
Yes.
Okay.
The rest of the other litigation is still ongoing. There was one other case brought in Oregon that was actually final. It was a motion to dismiss, and that was granted. That doesn't mean it's completely over, but
Right.
the motion to dismiss was granted. So all the other litigation we found is still sort of ongoing. We haven't found anything that would apply specifically to Illinois with respect to retroactive requirements, although there are other statutes or laws in Illinois that have applied retroactively. It's just in this context.
Causing private businesses to make.
Not in this context. That's what I mean. Like there's
So-
other authority that has done that before, but not necessarily in this context.
Okay. I mean, I understand that a government can decide to pay retroactively, but my question is, can we legislate that a private company has to pay retroactively?
And unfortunately, I don't have a definitive answer to that, because that answer, as I mentioned earlier, there's nothing that we were able to find that said, yes, we can, or anything that said, no, we cannot. It's one of those situations, as counsel for the city, that I would not like, which means it has to be litigated and a judge has to tell us yes or no. But that's
will be the case
situation.
of first report. Yep.
Potentially.
Mhm.
With respect to your other question, as far as companies that have paid hazard pay up until now, there is a provision in the ordinance that gives them credit for that. But that's all I'll say about it in case Councilmember Reed wants to respond. But there is a provision in the ordinance that does address that.
Thank you. Just a little time check. It's 9:30 at night. There's
22, 23, I think, or.
Sorry, I'm just looking at what do I know? There's 4 more people seeking recognition, and then a lot of work after that. So I'm going to ask everyone to do our best to keep our remarks concise. Councilmember Fleming is next.
All right, so a couple of things. I appreciate that some Councilperson Wynn's comments. I will say this as a challenge. I think it's great that these businesses have done, 28 hours you get health care and so on and so forth. But I think that's just good business practice, right? I don't feel like they're they're good businesses, but we're talking about specific pay during the pandemic. And so
You might have missed, they did pay hazard pay.
okay, but I'm getting to the other things, the 401k and all those things. Those are just things they did as a business. I don't think that they need to have credit under this ordinance for that. And then to the point of the young lady who spoke from the Retail Association or something, I can't remember. Again, I appreciate what she said, but those things as a business owner are also protections and get people into your store, right? One-way aisles and such are not necessarily the benefit of the worker, right? They're the benefit of the shopper. And so I just want to be really clear to call out things that I think we maybe are thinking to give people credit for as business owners that don't mean they should not necessarily, have to pay hazard pay if that's what this body decides. The thing I will say about this for tonight is I would not be looking to move this forward tonight, because I think it would be very hypocritical of us to say businesses pay hazard pay when we have not made that decision of our own staff. As again, I say, I worked at the food pantry and women were out there every week in very close quarters with citizens risking getting COVID at the height of the pandemic, and they did not receive hazard pay. They did get the 5 furlough days back, but everybody did, whether they were home or not. So I would not, in practice, move this forward for our business owners if we are not doing that for our own staff. And so that would be something I'm not willing to do. I did read about what Mr. Cummings just said about people getting credit. I do appreciate that that's in there, Mr. Reed, because I don't want to, kind of double penalize folks who actually did pay their workers. But I think if companies did that, like Valley or whoever, they can just simply come forward and say, hey, I already paid my people whatever bonuses, and then they don't fall under this. I do think, Councilmember, when you're correct, and, I don't want to heavily penalize the companies, but I think it's worth them, if we are considering going this way, and before we would pass anything, to have them tell us what they did. Maybe they come to economic development, we just ask them. Because I do think, aside from having big box stores and all the jobs, we want jobs that actually treat our citizens well. And I know when the school was shut down, those people were working at Valley, and a lot of assumptions were made, I think, by schools and other folks that everybody was home sheltering in place, and that simply was not the case. If you worked at Valley and other places, I did not hear of anyone saying, hey, Valley gave me 6 months paid leave while we're in shelter in place. They were expected to be at work. And I'm saying Valley not to make them a bag. I mean Target and all those places. So I think the country and the city made a lot of assumptions about who was home working and who had childcare and all those other things. So I do feel like there is a way in which I would like to make sure people are compensated for that. But again, I wouldn't be willing to move forward with that for our big box stores if we're not having that conversation with our own staff. And we did talk about that earlier with the new federal monies, that there are some, I think, provisions for us to do that. So I'd want to do that first and model it as a city employer before we went out and had anyone else do it aside from whatever their revenues might have been.
Thank you. Councilmember Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief. This, again, is another complex vote. 4 years ago, our city of Evanston hosted a meeting very similar to like this, where it was a special order of business, and we were looking at the wage increase. The difference between what I see now and 4 years ago is that we opted in because we knew that there are other municipalities that are doing the same thing. So I think with this local versus regional approach, it does put our market in jeopardy. I shared this the first time I heard the referral. It really doesn't give us, it didn't give me time to do the proper outreach. I was lucky to get a hold for the contact at Food for Less, which I knew would be impacted. I was lucky to get in contact with Valley, and then I later learned that Target also paid their employees. The interesting thing in speaking to the folks at Valley is it wasn't just about the pay, but is really recognition for the fact that during that period of time there was a hazard. So timing is everything. There was a hazard where employees' lines were a lot longer, store hours were extended, there were food shortages. Employees truly worked for every single bit of money that they earned because there was a hazard, and our COVID numbers were up and our vaccines were low. So there are all these financial pressures that, I don't own a business, but I understand the concept when someone explains it to me that if we were to do this in the local market, a couple of things have the potential of happening, and that is, consider these pressures that we know about. Gas prices are going up. Every single business segments of our economy are suffering from slower deliveries. So the food costs are going up. We already know that there's shortage on chicken and other products that are going on. So we're going to have inflation, right? In addition to that, we put our jobs at risk for the people who are Evanston residents. And it's still, I would want to see more information to, are we actually taking care of our Evanston residents, or are we sending that money out of town? All those things go into my thinking. Obviously, if our larger stores start to close, the trickle-down impact of that is that it now erodes our commercial tax base. Inflation, loss of jobs, decrease in our commercial tax base. As we are getting closer to recovery, where we know that our vaccines are up, cases are down, I cannot support this in good conscience. And again, this was just with a limited time of doing research. So I hope that some of those points will make sense, particularly for those of us that do have the businesses in our ward that would potentially be impacted. And unless I had more time to be able to address those concerns, there's no way that I can support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Thank you, sir. So I hear all the points, and I guess this question for you. All right, so this is for introduction tonight. What will you do between tonight and when it would be for action to address some of the concerns that I expressed? We saw Tanya Trish at public comment. I know you've been talking to the UFCW. What kind of meetings are you planning on having between now and then?
Yes, I would love to partner with, Alderman Braithwaite, anyone who is concerned about this, to have meetings with, parties who are interested. I want to make sure that this is a collective effort, and that the city manager and city staff are hearing a number of questions that city staff can address. I will address any questions that and help facilitate meetings between council members and interested parties. I really appreciate you, Alderman Suffredin, for putting out the helping me connect with IRMA, the Illinois Retail Merchants Association, helping me connect with UFCW, and putting those ideas out there to connect with those groups. So I certainly appreciate that help and that guidance, and I will continue to have conversations. I think that this is for introduction, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, but this is for introduction, so we'll have, as you noted, time between now and the next meeting to have further discussion and bring in even more stakeholders.
Okay. I have concerns, Nick, sorry to bring you back, man, but so you believe this is legal on the basis that nobody has said it is not legal.
So back up a little bit. Enacting the ordinance itself is within the home rule authority of the city. Confident about that. Whether you can make it retroactive is something that's been litigated, and that's what I don't have an answer for, one way or the other. But actually passing the ordinance to mandate this special pay is something I'm confident can be done in Illinois. It has been litigated elsewhere. Surprisingly by a bunch of different places saying that it's been preempted, but we haven't been able to find any law in Illinois or even by the federal government that preempts our ability to do this. So I will say that as a base, but it's the issue of applying it retroactively that it's ambiguous. We haven't been able to find anything on that.
Okay, got it. So you got my vote for introduction with no assurance that I would vote for action. I'd like us to have these conversations, and this will get the attention of the parties that need to be at the table, I'm sure, if it passes for introduction tonight. The other thing that we should all be mindful of is that we are going to, if this does pass, all of the City of Evanston's employees have an absolute right to say, what about us? So that's another factor to take into consideration. But since it's for introduction tonight, and I take you at your word that you're going to try and facilitate these conversations, you've got my vote. I don't know about everybody else, but for introduction, yes.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As several of my colleagues have pointed out, there are a whole host of unanswered questions at this point, and a lot of work, time, and effort needed to develop answers to these questions. So I am uncomfortable moving forward with this until we have those answers. And I think I will follow Councilmember Suffredin's lead and vote for introduction to allow that process to happen, allow us to have that conversation, with no assurances that that I will vote for this in 2 weeks.
Councilmember Ravel.
I'm sorry, I had my light on here.
I think.
You've already spoken.
Oh, okay.
Well, so I am prepared also to vote for introduction just so we can get a bit more information, but I'll echo Councilmember Suffredin in saying that, at this point, I'm definitely leaning to be a no vote. And I have been reading a little bit about what's been happening with the legislation that's passed in various communities in California, and they're all, definitely being litigated, not on the basis of the retroactive issue, but more preemption of collective bargaining and stuff that I'm not really conversant in. But so it's a concern.
Seeing that no one who's not yet spoken is seeking recognition, Councilmember Reed.
Apologies. Thank you, Alderman Ravel. So I have a few things to point out as we move forward with this. Just one is that, the difference between this and 4 years ago is that, in fact, our neighboring communities, 4 years ago is when the minimum wage increase took place, and that one of my colleagues mentioned. And what happened there is our neighbors actually opted out, and we held a meeting to also opt out of the minimum wage increase. And we did not opt out. Kudos for the council for not doing that and protecting that wage increase. But we did not see a competitive disadvantage in Evanston with our neighbors opting out and us continuing. We know that, for example, Chicago has a higher minimum wage than Evanston does now, and we're still doing great. To the point about being good neighbors with our large retailers, I think about, Valley. I think about the development in my ward that was mentioned as a big a driver of sales tax revenue. I think about those places, and we gave quite a bit of money to them. We were good neighbors to those folks when they came to town, and we ensured that they had the resources to make those projects work. So I'd really give not any of those individual businesses credit for what has happened there. I'd give the city of Evanston and our residents and our shoppers and our workers credit for building successful businesses there. To the point about city employees, my colleague, Alderman Fleming, I certainly hear you, and I think that I certainly take that same approach, that we need to make sure that we are doing good by our city employees as well. And I don't think that those two things have to be mutually exclusive. We heard with the ARPA discussion earlier that premium pay is an eligible expenditure through ARPA, and I think it makes sense that we can move forward with this, and then with our employees knowing, hopefully knowing that we intend to take care of them as well. And if anything, this strengthens our resolve to make sure that we're taking care of them. So I think city employees should be happy about this moving forward. There's discussion about, inflation and costs going up and gas prices going up. And, those costs are going up for everyone. The businesses aren't the only ones seeing gas prices go up. And I think, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our city employees. There was also a mention of our city workers, and there was a mention about, how many of them are Evanston residents or what percentage. And my thought is, does that really matter to a large extent? Because at the end of the day, they're serving Evanston residents. They're making sure that we have access to the things we need. And I think about it with our firefighters, who we know are reaching out to us for premium pay. What percentage of our firefighters are Evanstonians? And does it matter when they are in nursing homes crawling over bodies to ensure that folks have access to health care? And so, I wonder, the weight of that argument or its importance. And so, I would love to see us. I'm glad that it seems as though there's support to move this forward beyond introduction. I would love to get feedback from my colleagues about what provisions of this bill we can adjust to make it stronger. So if folks are concerned about the retro pay, let's have conversations with Councilor Cummings. And we got a brilliant council here. We have a brilliant law department, and so I think we can come together and figure this out and make something that's going to stand up legally. And then, lastly, I just think it's important that, we know that we're on the cusp, as Alderman Fleming mentioned earlier. The eviction moratoriums are ending. We know that folks, unlike Chicago, and I think this is something we should discuss at some point too, Chicago's negotiated with ComEd and the utilities to have an extended moratorium on electricity shutoffs, for example. In Evanston, from my knowledge, we don't have that in place. And so we know not only is the eviction moratorium and the eviction crisis looming, but we know that, utility shutoffs could be happening now in Evanston. So our workers need this raise now, especially these workers who are at the lowest rung of the income totem pole, and so, or the highest, I guess, in totem pole language. But we want to make sure that we're taking care of those workers now, and that we're understanding that those folks are entering a crisis now. And I thank my colleagues for indicating that we're going to move this forward.
Councilmember Burns.
Just wanted to be clear that when I said I would have loved to hear from the businesses, that wasn't to speak negatively about our business community. I appreciate our business community, as I think everyone up here does. It simply was to say that, one, I haven't heard from all the businesses, and it sounds like some of my council members have. I didn't hear from Target. I did hear from Valley about a bonus pay, but I didn't hear about if they operated at a net loss or if they underperformed, if their sites here in Evanston underperformed. So I didn't hear from them on that. I did hear from Kroger, but I heard from Vanessa Rosales, who is the director of corporate affairs out in California, but I didn't hear from kind of a local representative. Maybe that is their local-ish
Yeah,
representative.
she represents that whole,
Okay.
the larger business
And-
based on the.
And one thing that was interesting about what she said is in many of the cases in California that I believe they litigated, they did so entirely or to a large extent because those sites were underperforming. And that's something that I will forward this email communication from Vanessa Rosales to everyone. Feel free to reach out to her. But because I got that information from her, what I'm really looking at is, again, site-specific. How did they do during COVID, right? Did they underperform? Did they operate at a net loss? That's the information that I would have loved to hear from our business community tonight. During public comment, if they're available. I understand this may have been short notice, but to Councilmember Sufferton's point, I'd love to hear them at the next meeting. Genuinely, I would love to hear from them. And then I do want to say, because I don't think Councilmember Reed spoke to this part, that that in this ordinance, it says that not only do you get a credit to a certain point, but you can qualify also for exemptions, for complete exemptions, if you paid a certain amount of hazard pay over the last 15 weeks. So I just want to be clear that this what's before us today has considered our business community that took it upon themselves to provide hazard pay for their employees.
Councilmember Kelly.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, this is for introduction tonight.
Yes.
We still do have, so this is not going to end tonight. We still do have the rest of the agenda to get through, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yes.
I'd like to go home the day that I came. Could we just vote on introduction so that we can move on with the rest of the agenda?
Well, I recognized Councilmember Kelly. I can't unrecognize her, but perhaps no one else could request to speak after she's done, and then we could take the vote.
Yeah, and all I wanted to ask is, can we have Councilman Reed, some of the representatives of the stakeholders speak at our next council meeting on this? Well, that's what I mean. I don't know who would, from business or from the unions, it would be nice, rather than us setting up meeting times with you, it would be, I'm just.
Yes, I'll try my best, and maybe if I can work with the clerk's office to reach out to a number of folks to invite them here on behalf of the city council. I think that makes sense.
Great. Well, then, seeing no one else seeking recognition, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Nuzma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
I'm voting no because I think it's hypocritical. Just to be clear on the record, we should do it first.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
No.
On a vote of 6-3, this passes for introduction and will be before us again in 3 weeks for action. We come now to the consent agenda. Are there council members requesting to remove items from the consent agenda for individual consideration? Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, I'd like to remove item P1.
Councilmember Ravel.
Item P3.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, R2, A12, and A3, please.
Councilmember Sufferton.
A2, please.
What I have so far are P1 and P3, A2, A3, A12, and R2. Is there anything else folks would like pulled off the consent agenda? Seeing none.
Apologies. Just I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'm not looking at the numbers. I just want to make sure that we're pulling off R2. Did we get the ethics? Okay.
Yes.
And then we got the NU, I'm sure. Okay, so then we're good to go. Thank you.
Can't hear him.
Is there a motion to pass the rest of the consent agenda?
I move we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen moves we pass the consent agenda, which again has had P1, P3, A2, A3, A12, and R2 removed. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Braithwaite.
Aye.
There are 9 voting yes, 0 voting no. The consent agenda passes. We're going to take an extremely brief recess for technical reasons. The tape needs to be changed. We will start. Can we start in 3 minutes? Is that? Yeah. We will start in. What do I know? We'll start in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Item A2.
I move item A2, approval of BHBMO Harris Amazon credit card activity, period ending March 26, 2021, in the amount of $4,805.95.
Second.
Councilmember Fleming moves item A2. Councilmember Braithwaite seconds. Is there any discussion? So this, I'm going to wait for everyone to get back in the room. Oh, is the person who pulled this off the agenda? Oh.
This is a standard ops.
Oh, great.
Standard
Sorry.
ops.
It's a learning experience for some of us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
I abstain.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
I abstain.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Aye.
On this matter, there's 7 voting aye and none voting no, and item A2 passes. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding item A3?
I move item A3, approval of the agreement of Altura Solutions LLC for the ADA transition plan update for the amount of $154,850. This is for action.
Councilmember Fleming moves item A3. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Is there any discussion?
Wasn't me.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, I pulled this off. I just had a question, and it might have said, and I'm so sorry, but is this something we have to do legally? I'm always concerned about these kind of plans, and then we say we don't have money to implement said improvements.
Hi, I'm Laura Biggs. I'm the city engineer. I could not hear your question.
Oh, sorry,
Could you
Laura. I
please
was just
repeat it?
saying, I know we did a plan before, and this is an update to the plan. My question is, is this something we have to do legally? And I ask that because often we do these capital plans or whatever plan, and then we say we don't have any money to actually implement the changes. And so why are we doing this plan, I guess, is number one. And then with the first plan that we did, how much of that were we able to implement?
This plan is a legal requirement. It does need to be periodically updated per legal requirement. You have to create a plan for improvements. That plan for improvements can extend out 25, 50 years, but you must have a plan. We last did this in 2012. At that time, we had a full-time ADA staff person, and the plan was really still not very comprehensive. Since 2012, we've done a lot of improvements. We've reorganized departments. We offer different services. And so it is necessary to update this to be in legally compliance. And ironically, within the last month, I've gotten 2 agencies asking, where's your ADA plan as we apply for grants? So I think that not only is this really an equity issue, but people are starting to look into it more frequently.
Okay, thank you. And so City Manager Storley, when this plan is complete, if you can get on the agenda what the plan is, where we are with our last plan. I know that we did some ADA accessible bus stops in the ward, but it's not nearly enough. And so I'd like to just have a conversation at Human Services, something about where we are with accessibility.
Certainly, will do.
Seeing no one else seeking recognition, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
On a vote of 9-0, item A3 passes. Would anyone like to make a motion on item A12?
I move item A12, ordinance 51-0-21, amending Title II, Chapter 3 of the City Code to reflect changes in the Public Safety Civil Service Commission rules and regulation. This is for introduction.
Councilmember Fleming moves item A12. Councilman Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Fleming.
Yep, thank you. So I pulled this one off. I had a question. I had two questions. One was, why aren't there, City Manager Storley, maybe you know, why aren't there any city council members as liaison to this committee? I don't think I've ever remembered us having a liaison for this committee. You might not know, but am I correct that we've never had a liaison from council for this committee?
Yeah, I do not know the answer to that,
Okay.
but we can get that information for you.
So I would like to suggest that we do have a liaison for this committee. I know that when I was for Mental Health Board, I don't know if it was like an official liaison, but I was the liaison for this, and so I would like to suggest that. I would be happy to appoint myself to that position, but I think it's an important commission. So that is one thing. And then the second thing that I had a question about was the changes that were made for lateral, and I'm trying to find them. Do we require for a lateral hire that there is some kind of letter or something from their previous employer? So I know this draft took out some other things so we can get lateral hires, a little more efficiently, but it did not talk about any kind of recommendation or whatever we get from their employer. Maybe that's more of the HR stuff, but I'd be interested to see that or understand that piece.
Chief Cook, do you want to take that one?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Storley, Clerk Mendoza, and council members. Congratulations. The lateral process that we will be employing will be a thorough and comprehensive background investigation with communications with the employer that the lateral transferee will come from. Currently, Evanston Police Department has 147 officers. We down from 162. We had 13 retirements within the last 12 months and 7 resignations. It's a really competitive field for police officers these days. And we're seeking to take the lateral process out of the standard employment process for police officers, whereas the lateral employee will not have to take the written examination, which adds another year of trying to secure his employment.
Okay, so in that conversation you had with their employer, and this might be in the union rules, are we able to get information regarding the amount of, or if they've had any complaints, or if they were involved in any lawsuits and that kind of information?
Yes, that will be part of the thorough background investigation where the Office of Professional Standards and or detective personnel trained in background investigation would actually go to the employer and visit their work and try to get information as much as possible about the history of the employee.
All right, and so then my last comment for this is City Manager Storley, if we can, I don't know if it's an executive session issue, but if we can talk about the rate at which we're losing police officers and what is being done to remedy that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, certainly. I was going to bring up that we saw something online last week that I was going to share with the council where the city of Aurora is offering a $20,000 signing bonus for lateral transfers. So the competitive nature of policing right now is unlike what we've seen in decades. And we are concerned about our ability to continue to recruit. And so that is an issue that I will be bringing to the council soon. We may need to consider something like that in order to ensure that our public safety is fully staffed. But this ordinance, its passage will assist, but it will not completely alleviate our challenge. So
Okay,
I will
and
definitely bring that back for a future meeting.
my last comment then is to that conversation, when you bring it back, can we think through residency and how we might do some kind of incentive for people who are Evanston residents to actually join our force? I know it's, if they're not in the queue, it takes a while still, but that would be helpful. Thank you.
Did you have something, Corporation Counsel, on this?
No, Chief Cook addressed it. Our office helped with the revision, so I was just going to point it out to Councilwoman Fleming, but Chief Cook handled it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I'm just curious, you know, you heard the police union contract referenced by Alderman Fleming, and just from Chief Cook and City and Manager Storley, are we still in the process of negotiating the police union contract? Is the FOP contract still open?
Well, the contract was a 4-year contract. We did a 4-year contract. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Cook, but I believe it ends at the end of 2022. So we still have a year and a half left in that contract.
Okay, and when will union negotiations?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And when will those? So you said the end of 2022, correct? Okay, so how far out do those discussions tend to begin?
We typically start the process of negotiating the next contract probably the fall, summer to fall before it expires. So next summer, a year from now.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Seeing no one else who seeks recognition, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel? Aye. Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
On a vote of 9-0, A12 passes. Would anyone like to make a motion on item P1?
I will, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance, P1 is ordinance 35021, granting a special use for office use. Richard Shapiro, attorney at law at 1327 Chicago Avenue and 528 Greenwood Street in the R5 General Residential District. I would move in for introduction, and then I'd like to speak to the issue.
Second. Councilmember Nguyen moves item P1. Councilmember Ravel seconds. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, this is a very complex issue that I think needs to be discussed at P&D. This business is in the 3rd Ward. There are a lot of complications going on with this right now, and I would like to have it discussed in detail at P&D, so I would like to move to hold it at P&D.
Councilmember Nguyen moves to hold this item, and Councilmember Ravel seconds. And
point of order.
Clerk Reed. Council. Good Lord, I'm sorry, Councilmember Reed.
You never had to call me Clerk Reed.
We learned a lesson about my cognitive capacities after 10 p.m. Don't forget that one.
So my. I was just going to chime in about process. Shouldn't it, instead of a hold, shouldn't it just be a reference back to the committee, or is hold, because a hold seems to just hold it and bring it back to this body?
Yes, yes, I would like it to be a reference to P&D. Yeah, referred to P&D, which didn't exist tonight.
And then that would be a vote of the council to refer it to that committee? Yeah.
Then I second that.
Okay.
Is that the motion you want to make, Councilmember?
I just needed to get back to P&D for a thorough discussion.
All right, so Councilmember Nguyen moves that item P1 be sent back to Planning and Development for a thorough discussion. Councilmember Ravel seconds. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
On a 9 vote, item P1 is sent to Planning and Development. Would someone care to make a motion on item P3?
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'd like to move item P3. It's ordinance 53-0-21, amending the portions of the city code to extend the expiration date of permitted uses within a U2 zoning district.
Is there a second? Councilmember Braithwaite moves item P3. Councilmember Wynn seconds. Several members are already seeking recognition, but I'm told there's a presentation that's going to be given. And I think it's probably best if we hold discussion until after the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Biss. There is just a very brief presentation by Dave Davis from Northwestern University, understanding that this full body hasn't had the opportunity to participate in this discussion in the past. He's going to have a brief slide presentation, so go ahead, Dave.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager Erica Stoley. My name is Dave Davis, and I serve as the Executive Director for Neighborhood and Community Relations at Northwestern University. I'm going to share a brief presentation, especially given the late hour, and because many of you are already familiar with this proposal. Just real quickly, as you know, back in November 2019, the City Council adopted our proposed changes to the permitted use ordinance for special events. The amendment simply allows us to host different types of events in the U2 district, and in return for this privilege, we agree to significantly limit the scope of our events and restrict it to a 2-year pilot period so that we can determine the impact on the broader Evanston community as well as our neighbors. However, given the massive impact of the COVID pandemic, which led to a national lockdown, restrictions on public gatherings, and changes to how we interact with the community, we haven't been able to host any events or take advantage of this new opportunity. So again, the pilot period is set to expire this December 31st, and we don't anticipate being able to host an indoor event until fall or possibly later. So there's a good chance that if this is not extended, our amendment would expire before we had a chance to host any events. I'm simply asking for an extension of the amendment here today, so that we can use these events as an opportunity to bring people together to foster a stronger sense of community while also bolstering the Evanston economy through new revenues, job creation, increased visitation, and consumer spending. So what we have here is, I just want to talk real quickly about what the amendment does and what it doesn't do. Again, I've heard some misconceptions over the past few weeks, and so I thought it would be useful for some of the new members of City Council just to quickly, again, go over some of the items that were included or written into the amendment. So again, the events will be limited in scope. As you can see, we can only host up to 7,000 people indoors, 3,000 people outdoors. We can only host up to 6 single-day events and 1 multi-day event, not to exceed 7 days in duration. So if you combine those together, we're talking about a total of 13 days of events. The events can only occur between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. on Sunday, on Sunday through Thursday, sorry about that, and 7 to 11 p.m. on the weekends, which are Friday and Saturdays. No tailgating is allowed before, during, or after any of the special events. And in addition to the amendment, we have to provide written notice to every resident that lives within 500 feet of the site, which is our elected facilities in the U2 district, within 5 days of the event. And we also have to provide complimentary parking to all special event attendees. And each event will require approval from the city special events committee. So we want to make sure that this is an opportunity to share these events and increase transparency. And then furthermore, and lastly, there are no direct costs to the city. This includes any overtime related to the costs for Evanston firefighters, police officers, and any other emergency management personnel, since the university would be required under the amendment to reimburse the city for any costs associated with our special events. And then just really fast, these are some of the misconceptions that I've heard over the past couple of weeks. And so I just want to again clear these up. This amendment does not allow us to host large-scale events with 40,000 people or more in Ryan Field. Doesn't allow us to host unlimited events. It will not result in significant costs to Evanston taxpayers, and it will not have a negative impact on the Evanston economy. In fact, as I'll explain in a second, the economic impact is relatively substantial given the narrow scope of this amendment. Like I said, we're talking about 7 events per year, limited to 7,000 people indoor, 3,000 folks outside. So in 2019, we projected that this proposal would have an economic impact of around 1.4 million during the tax period through a combination of taxes and visitor spending. You'll see here again, these numbers are from 2019, before the pandemic. So this is what you're looking at. This is the same presentation that we used for the Plan Commission as well as City Council. We're looking at potentially about $195,000. Again, this is over the 2-year pilot period in ticket and amusement taxes, $21,000 in concession taxes. This presentation was before the alcohol proposal was approved, so this is not adjusted to include any revenues from alcohol. And then the total impact, which means the visitors that we would attract to Evanston and the money they would spend, we estimate about $1.2 million, and this is based on a model that the Chamber of Commerce in Evanston uses, where the model says that for each new visitor that comes to Evanston, they spend on average around $30. And so this is simple math, taking the number of attendees that we expected during the 2-year trial period that would spend $30. We did figure a number or we subtracted the number of potential Evanston residents, because one of the things that we want to do, obviously, is encourage Evanston residents to come to these events as well. I mean, it'd be a wonderful opportunity if you live next door, if you live close by, to walk to a concert or to a tennis tournament and enjoy this wonderful event in your backyard. So again, those are some of the numbers that we had projected over that trial period. And then finally, what about our neighbors? Because this is incredibly important to us. You know, we're sympathetic to all the concerns. As some of you may remember, this was a 9-month process, and I had a chance to meet and get to know some of our neighbors intimately. And so I understand their concerns, very sensitive to those issues, and that's why we designed a comprehensive strategy to manage these events responsibly. I'm confident that this plan will help us to get in front of any potential problems and resolve issues quickly. You know, I won't go through each one of these because you can read them right there on your screen. And I can certainly share this proposal with the council members and city staff after. So that's really all. I just want to thank you all again for providing me with an opportunity to discuss our special events and our extension request. And again, as we emerge from COVID, the university stands ready to work with the city to build a stronger, more compassionate and resilient Evanston. This proposal is one opportunity to do so, but our commitment goes beyond any single proposal or event. And therefore, tonight, I'm respectfully requesting a yes vote on our extension before you today. Thank you for buying me this time again.
Thank you. Councilmember Ravel.
Thank you. Well, in light of the late hour, I'm going to be brief. I have 3 points to make. First, allowing professional sports and for-profit events would undermine the protections that our zoning code is expected to provide to area residents. So these residents bought their homes with the understanding that the athletic campus was used for collegiate sports and commencement events. And they've learned to put up with the crowds that come to football games, the traffic congestion, the bad fan behavior, et cetera, but they did not bargain for an additional set of major events attracting a non-collegiate audience with unknown regard for Northwestern and its neighbors. Secondly, approving the amendment would set an unwise precedent. A mere pilot sounds reasonable, but Northwestern could use the pilot events as precedent in arguing for additional and bigger events in the future. And indeed, if you look at the 100-year history of controversy around the use of the stadium area, there are a number of examples of pro sports events being held on the U2 campus in violation of Evanston zoning code, and that were later argued to be used as precedent to argue for still more of similar events. And thirdly, the proposal does not meet the standards for amendments in our zoning code. It is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of our comprehensive general plan, and it is not compatible with the overall character of the existing development in the immediate area. It's really tightly embedded in a residential area. So Northwestern has tried for years to gain permission to host professional sports events and commercial entertainment, and sometimes has gone ahead with these events without city approval. Northwestern has tried to do this year after year, and each time City Council has said no, and I believe we should say no again this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed.
So I'm going to indicate now, although I'm not making the motion now, I plan to hold this for further discussion. This is for action, and this is this council's, this body's first full meeting, and I think this is something that requires, a bit more deliberation. But before I hold it, and we'll allow other folks to speak, but, I look at this project in this proposal in this way. Our city we have limited amount of space in our city. There's 7 square miles roughly. We have a stadium that can seat 45,000 people, I believe is correct. It takes up over an acre, several acres of our land. It's a very large stadium. And by not getting proper utilization out of this space, we are leaving quite a bit of money on the table. And I hear the neighbors who have concerns about traffic and about trash and about a whole host of other issues. And I even understand that folks moved into the area understanding that the code was set up in a certain way, although there's a 45,000 person stadium sitting next to them. But I understand those concerns, and so I think we should try our best to address those concerns. I am generally supportive of better land utilization because that's a good thing for our for our taxpayers, and it ensures if we got better utilization out of this space, I mean there's $600,000 to $1 million there, and so we're choosing to. These are the kind of decisions that we're making. We're choosing to we're making tough choices here by underutilizing this space. And so I'd like to see better utilization of all public spaces. I think it's very interesting that you, Mr. Davis, that you noted that for visitors, and this is something downtown Evanston has, that we can expect about $30 to be spent in our local economy per person that visits our community. That is a net positive, especially when those people don't need fire service, trash pickup, and all of the other services that we have to pay for folks who live here. And we know that, again, property taxes are $30 million of our overall budget. I don't want folks to think that your property taxes are covering everything we are doing here. They are not. And we need people coming in from outside of our community to help make that. We have huge unfunded liabilities. So I don't want to see space underutilized, and I want to see us using space to draw folks in for our sales tax purposes. I'd love to see with this, sensitive to the concerns of the neighbors. I've spoken to some folks, and what folks want to see is, yes, they want to have their concerns met, but they also want to see Northwestern chipping in its fair share. They want to make sure that if we are moving forward with this, that we're getting a good deal. And so I look at it from this point. So one, we already know it's a bad deal because they're not paying property taxes on this space, underutilized. What can we do to help make this deal a little better? Well, I saw in the proposal there that you're allowing for folks to park on Northwestern space in lots that you already have. Well, our downtown has a lot of underutilized lots. So what if, folks were not able to park on Northwestern's in campus for free, and that was not an option, and they had to park downtown if they drove in. And then there were buses that Northwestern carried people between downtown and Central Street where the stadium is, which maybe that could bring that number up a bit more than $30 if folks are spending more time walking around in our city rather than just pulling up to the stadium and then leaving afterwards. I think that's where we are. So if there's, I'll end my comments there until if there's no other further discussion, I will make the hold. But if folks want to speak, then
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Thank you. And Councilor, I have to be honest. I'm a little confused by your hold, given the fact that 5 hours ago, we have debated, analyzed two really big ideas that don't have the same history as this does. And I think as we move forward and we start to work together, I'm hoping that there's going to be some consistency and rhythm with helping us to move forward. And so the thing that you hold today will be your big idea next week. And I want to have a nice cadence and rhythm of like dealing with things in a very like efficient way. So this is a pilot program. Several hours ago, we removed $1 million in revenue. Here I see an idea for $1 million in revenue that we're treating as a pilot program that we've all had an opportunity to follow and look at. And so I'm excited by this, Dave. At KU, I'm assuming this is going to be run by your student affairs. While I was a student there, I had great opportunities to see speakers like Cornel West, Malcolm X's daughter, Akila Shabazz, other great speakers that I'm sure an institution like Northwestern will attract that's going to be open to the public. I really don't see any downside to this as well. We voted to put pressure on businesses. And now we have an opportunity to support our local downtown businesses. And I'm sure we've all been on Northwestern's campus, so the thought and idea of them not having enough parking space, I can't remember the name of the huge parking structure that they built. You have the parking structure right outside of Ryan Field that, as an Evanston resident, that I would be parking downtown and taking an Uber bus or a bus down to wherever this venue is. I don't see any reason to hold this, to be quite honest. It's been spelled out in the packet with more information than the items that I supported earlier, and I just hope that my colleagues will vote to move this pilot program forward. You're asking for $1 million to come out of our budget to pay for beaches, and before us is $1 million of revenue that we're contemplating holding. And I have to be honest, it just doesn't make good financial sense to me. Thank you.
No one else is seeking recognition, so the clerk, would you call the roll? Or, Councilmember Reed.
I mean, I think I don't know where the vote's going to land here. I think as I indicated, I am sympathetic to using the land better. But if this were to move forward now, I'm just going to vote no. If we hold it, I may be able to have a dialogue with Dave, and we can hear some things that are going on, and maybe make this a bit sweeter for the residents. But as it stands today, like I said, I'd love to see this land more utilized. I'll let Alderman Burns speak, and then I'll.
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to say the same thing. I've probably received more emails from residents around, the stadium than anything else, and I still would love to have a time to talk to Dave Davis. I haven't had a conversation with him yet. So again, I'm someone who is certainly open to this. We need revenue badly in this town, and so. I think, again, what Councilmember Reed is speaking to is that we, the new council, the new members, not the returning members of the council, haven't had an opportunity to fully read through all the concerns of the residents near the Northwestern Stadium, as well as to hear. I haven't had a meeting with Dave Davis. I've read through as much as I could get through, but again, this is an issue where, people are passionate about it, and they're sharing a lot of information that I think deserves a thorough review. So, again, I'm open to this, but to Councilman Reed's point, this is our first opportunity to truly take a look at this. So,
Councilman Reed?
And if I can make one last point, one of the questions, and maybe I can just ask it now, and if there isn't a quick answer, then we can get it at another time. But, one of the things that I've heard is, what is the process? I'm still getting up to speed on some zoning stuff. So special use versus a text amendment. And some folks are saying that this should go through the text amendment process. And so I'd love to, hear more about that. Again, you will see over the next 4 years that I'm going to be a hawk about utilizing land properly to get the best bang for the taxpayer buck. But I don't see where it says it's going to bring in $1 million. I do see the $1.2 million from just overall, but not directly to the city. And so, I am supportive of this, but maybe we can get more from it if we negotiate. We can get a better deal than what's being proposed here, especially when this is going to be something that inconveniences, and I mean, Alderman Ravel, I think it's beyond an inconvenience. It's an aggravation. It is it infuriates people. And so I think if we're going to do this, particularly when we have residents who've been coming for a while and Evanston residents, people who have been, paying property taxes and paying all this stuff here for a long, long time, I just want to make sure that they have a proper, opportunity to make their case be heard, particularly with this new council, when this is our first time seeing it. And this is a pretty big thing, and it's not for introduction, it's for action. And the last council should have held off until this meeting for this to be the introduction, and I would have voted for it for introduction because I want to hear more about it. But just to go straight to action at our first meeting on this, something that residents have raised issue about, is a concern. So with that, I move to hold this.
Is there a second?
Second.
So there's been a hold placed. Does anyone seek to overrule the hold? Seeing none, would anyone like to make a motion regarding item R2?
I would.
Oh. I'm sorry, who was that?
That was me, but I actually don't want to move it because then I can't speak against it. I would move that we refer R2 to the Rules Committee.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Reed moves that we refer item R2 to the Rules Committee. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Is there any discussion on this referral? Councilmember Reed.
I'll just say, also given the time, I think it'd be best that we just have this discussion in rules at some other point. So let's get on with it and get out of here tonight.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. If this vote succeeds, item R2 is referred to the Rules Committee. If it fails, then a motion to pass R2 would be in order.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
On a 6-3 vote, the motion carries, and item R2 is referred to the Rules Committee, which will have a lively meeting in early June. With that, the agenda is a little ambiguous, and so in an abundance of caution, I want to entertain a motion regarding item AP1, which is not listed as part of the consent agenda. It's simply the approval of the appointments to the Reimagining Public Safety Committee.
So move, or I move approval of the appointments to the boards and commissions of the.
Councilmember Ravel moves AP1. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Reed.
I just want to say thank you, Mayor Biss, for making this one of your opening policies to have this bold committee that focuses on reimagining our police department. I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other further discussion, would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
On a 9-0 vote, AP1 passes, which brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Nguyen.
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Nusma.
Just a reminder to the residents of the 4th Ward that we will have our first ward meeting on Tuesday, June 1st at the Robert Crown Center, 7 p.m.
Councilmember Burns.
Yes, I wanted to just make an announcement to say that something that came up during the campaign a whole lot was 2012 Maple, which was kind of a long time underutilized property in the 5th Ward, more recently boarded up, that thanks to the residents who remain vigilant in getting the Cook County to order to be demolished, as well as Director of Community Development, Joanna Knighton, former Alderman Simmons, and whoever else I'm missing, we were able to get a big win and get that torn down over the last few days. So I just wanted to shout that out to everybody who didn't notice the big machines tearing something down in the neighborhood, that's a big win. And we're going to work to do what we can to get a good housing type there and get something there that's, get an owner there that's going to maintain the property for the betterment of that neighborhood. Also wanted to say that District 65 infant, toddler, their program that's specifically the part of the program that is ages 0 through 3, they have 10 slots available at District 65 at the Joseph Hill Center. So anybody that is looking for really high quality child care by the district 0 through 3, please reach out to the district. They have 10 slots available. Also, anybody that 5th Ward resident that lives on on Foster between 2200 and 2300, they're doing annual water main improvement projects, and as part of it, there's a grant that covers all plumbing and expenses associated with removing the private side of the lead water service line. This is a tremendous opportunity. I want to pull something up really quick. I can't pull it up on my emails. 1 second. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up really quickly. So it says this is an email from Daryl King, who works with us here at the city, but it says that the city of Evanston recommends that you replace the portion of the service pipe that you own in conjunction with the water main project. If only one portion of the lead service pipe is replaced, your risk of lead exposure at the tap may be elevated in the weeks, months, or years following the partial lead service pipe replacement. So please, and I will be walking door to door in the next few days, but please, as you see me knocking on your doors, let's sign up for this. Again, this is a grant that completely covers all plumbing expenses associating with removing the private side of the lead water service line. And just wanted to thank everybody who came out both in person but also virtually to make a public comment. Please continue to participate, and that is all. Thank you.
Councilmember Sefferden. Councilmember Ravel.
Just briefly, I do have a reference. You may have read that the City of Chicago has recently adopted a bird-friendly ordinance, and it's really time for us in Evanston to do the same. So I'm asking our Community Development Division, as they're working this summer on bringing, Evanston adapting the 2021 International Building Code, to be sure to incorporate a bird-friendly provision into that building code.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you to the member. First, thank you to my colleagues for I think, a robust discussion and debate tonight on important issues to our city. Thank you to folks for participating in comment. I have I will host a virtual community meeting before every council meeting, and so the next council meeting is scheduled for June 14th. And so folks will be able to find on my webpage soon, on our individual webpage. You can check it regularly, and we'll have a weekly, or we'll have a Saturday or Sunday session before every council meeting. So in this case, we are going to have a Saturday session before June 14th, and that'll be over Zoom or Google Meet, whatever we're using nowadays. And you can, again, find that information on the 8th Ward webpage, as well as by reaching out by email. You can get information. It'll be in our newsletter. I have a few references, not major things. One is make a reference to rules to amend Council Rule 12.1, to which currently only allows 5 minutes of debate per council member per motion. And I would say that 10 minutes is appropriate, and then that could be strictly enforced. I think the clerk should maintain time, or the mayor, whoever, and provide examination of the record requested at the request of the chair. So I will send this in writing as well. I would also like to refer, I think, to rules, because we'll figure out what committee it goes to at some point. But just a discussion regarding allocating up to $10 million in the ARPA funds to a participatory budgeting process facilitated by a partnership between the city, a university, or a university partner, or a public or a participatory budgeting nonprofit partner. I will also transfer this to the clerk as well. I'd also like to make a reference to the Human Services Committee, I believe is the appropriate committee for this, to end public distribution of the daily crime bulletin and making it only available instantaneously to council members and relevant city staff members. This would not preclude it from being FOIA'd, but we do not have to send it out, particularly if we are, we don't have to send it out. And I would also like to hear from the law department at some point. This isn't necessarily a reference about the capabilities, or during that conversation, the capabilities of the law department, since we're down prosecuting these traffic violations and the things that appear in the daily crime bulletin. It would make sense for staff to keep a record of the disposition of cases, so we know if we're charging 1,000 people a year with driving on a suspended license, and 60% of those are being dismissed, or we're charging people with possession of marijuana and it's going to court, or cannabis, I should say, or we're charging people with anything and it's going, and a large percentage of those cases are being dismissed because of the way that Cook County has interpreted. I think we should do that. So I make that referral. Secondly, I make a referral to, I think it's to planning and development, to look at creating an overlay zone for properties to create a public access cutoff fee, and this would apply to properties along the lakefront that cut off public access to our public space. So if we look along the lakefront, the city owns the entire shore, and there are properties that cut off access to that lakefront, and thereby they keep that wealth and that tax revenue to themselves. And I think we should, because they cut off public access, we should charge, put an overlay and fees on those folks. And then lastly, I would make a referral for introduction at P&D an ordinance that would allow a limited number of food trucks at certain locations along the lakefront to test out sales tax revenue along the lakefront with food trucks. And I hope we can be nimble enough to try to get that going this year, to just get some baseline numbers on that.
Councilmember Reed, would you be open to sending that to Human Services? That's typically the committee that handles the licensings of food trucks.
Happy to send it to Human Services.
And could we put it on for discussion for Human Services in June instead of for introduction? I'm not sure we could have it ready by then.
Sure, I'm
Thank
fine
you.
with that. Well, in that case, I'll make one the last referral, which is to Administration and Public Works for a graduated fine structure. So if you get a parking ticket and you make $1 million a year, maybe you pay more than someone who gets a parking ticket who makes $30,000 a year. And so I'd like staff to look at a graduated fine structure for parking tickets and other fees. That ends my report. Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
I would like to make my second referral to the Parks Board, since they did not address my first referral, to talk about access to garden plots. And if they can't get it done at the next meeting, then I will can they come to City Council to, I guess it would be Human Services or something. I don't know where it would go, but it did not get discussed last time at their meeting. Also, in line with, what's your name? Devon, yes. I would like to, at Human Services, have a discussion about in the squad room report that comes out by a citizen via email. I don't usually read it, but I've started reading, and there's some details that I'm concerned that are being shared there that don't need to be shared. And then lastly, I think we all received the email about the limitations and potential displacement of people on the sex offenders list. And so with that in mind, I would like to have a conversation at Human Services about our services and our support in the city for re-entering citizens. And this can be city services or, within our city municipality, as well as outside agencies in the city, that staff can kind of give us an idea of what is happening in our city for supports for people as they're re-entering our community. More people are coming out of municipal penitentiaries and such, and I think we need to just make sure we have services that they can use to be active citizens. And then the last thing is an announcement that I am kicking off the 9th Ward Summer Community Building activities. The first activity is going to be this Sunday, May 29th, in Trahan Park, which is on Ridge, and we will have a community yoga class at 5 p.m. with Rebecca Mendoza, who is a citizen here in Evanston. You can check out my website, which is cicilylfleming.com, for the complete list of activities that we will be hosting this summer. They are for 9th Ward residents. Although we're not checking ID, there will be no enforcement. So anyone is welcome to come. There will be yoga, there will be music, there will be LGBTQ friendly course that I'm doing with another council person. So anyway, check that out, 9th Ward residents. I'm expecting you all to come out, and then look for the newsletter that's coming in the morning with the update on things happening on Hartree and Pittner. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
A big thank you to all the residents who took time out of their evenings to speak this evening. Really appreciate that participation and your thoughts and input. I'd like to make a referral to the City Council for a resolution that would require a vote by City Council for the hiring of any position listed as eliminated or held vacant or not found, i.e. newly created, as indicated in the position control list of Part 5 of the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to acknowledge all the Second Ward residents that showed up this evening to speak on the number of issues. Really enjoyed your input, as well lifting up an event that's coming within the next 30 days. It's a community prayer group that's been hosted right in front of the high school. So as soon as I get more details, you'll all be receiving an invitation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further business, the City Council, at long last, stands adjourned.